All right. Welcome to the first ever public TOJI hackathon. We've done this as a private event in the past where it's been only open to TOJI members, but fingers crossed, I think I figured out a way that we can do this at scale and have as many other people as wants to participate in this participate. So we opened it up this year for the first time to folks outside of the program. And I do see that we have some folks that are not in the TOJI program, which is awesome. Very excited to have you with us today. I think the best way to get going is let's go ahead and quickly go around the room. And I would like to hear name, location, and if you're affiliated with the program, what program you're affiliated with, and tell me if you have ever had a website before, or if this is your first time ever building one. And I'm just going to call on you so that we can speed through this. I'm going to do it in the order that I see people on the screen. So Claudia, I see you first. Name, location, affiliation, and have you ever had a website before? And everyone, you're going to have to take yourself off mute.
Sorry, after doing 1,000 of these, I still do it wrong. Claudia Bryce, I'm located in Dallas. I was part of the Dallas Bar Association ECL program. And I have had a website before that I built myself. It was through Wix and it was beautiful, lovely. The only problem is SEO was a real issue. So I feel like I have to, and then I got some quotes for doing it through WordPress and they were pretty high.
What were the quotes? Do you remember what the quotes were?
Well,
like a range?
I saw your quote and that was way higher. The ones I got were like in the $600 to like $1,500 range, but I think those may be just like landing pages, you know, just enough to kind of just show that you have something, but not anything significant. And what I had built was like 4 or 5 pages. You could, you know, schedule an appointment online. It sent you to a pay link. So, you know, I felt like it was pretty good, but I just couldn't get anybody to find it on Google.
Got it. Okay, good to know. Larry.
My name is Larry Garman. I am about 30 miles east of Dallas as far as my location in a town called Kaufman. My affiliation is TOJI Cohort 8, and I currently have a website, and I've had websites before, but I recognize that Joshua knows tons more about it than I do.
Well, thank you. We'll see. We'll see how that goes today. Thank you, Larry. Tracy?
Hi, everyone. My name is Tracy Hall, Hall. I am based in Houston, and I am in TOJI Cohort 8, and have I had a website before? Long time ago, 20 years ago, when this thing called websites and internet just launched, I did something, but nothing for commerce. So I'm very excited to be here and for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Lorna?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lorna Griffin. I'm an employment lawyer in Texas. I'm an alum of the Texas Incubator Program. I do have a website, but I'm always looking to save $1. And I also have a legal adjacent business that I'm looking into creating a website for.
Okay. Chelsea?
Hi, everybody. Chelsea Hall, Houston, Texas. I do criminal defense. I am in TOJI cohort 8. And yes, I currently have a website, but I would like to update it.
Okay. James?
Hello, everyone. James Limbaga down here in Pearland, suburb of Houston. I do have a website right now, but I know Joshua has some fancy tricks up his sleeve that I'd like to learn from. And I am currently affiliated with TOJI Cohort 8. Solo practitioner, probate wills and trusts. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Kevin?
Hey there, I'm Kevin Wild. I'm from Austin, Texas, and I'm part of the 8th cohort of TOJI. And I have not had a website before. This will be my first time.
Okay, thank you. Colin?
Hi, I'm actually located in Missoula, Montana, and I'm actually here for my husband, Everett Johns, because he wasn't able to come here due to other appointments, and he is a newly graduate from law school, passed the bar, and now he's gonna try and start his own law firm. So, and I'm gonna be I have volunteered myself to make his website. So, and I have had my own website many years ago, and I've administrated and built quite a few websites. I've used Wix and Squarespace and WordPress, and I have a I've had to do quite a bit actually for managing some websites. It's a lot of like mostly like public, like library and museum stuff. So that's, but yeah, definitely want to see what I can learn from this.
Excellent. Well, Colin, we're happy to have you, and how gracious of you to cover for your husband. That's a you're winning lots of brownie points today. So well done. Eileen.
Yeah, hi Josh. This is Eileen, Design. I'm based here in Houston, Texas, and I'm with TOJI cohort 8. I do have a website, but it's always a work in progress. I don't know a lot about it, so I work with somebody on building the website, and we're working on the SEO kind of thing. I'm learning all these terms, and so I know that Josh has tons of knowledge about it. So I'm excited to learn from you.
All right, thank you, Eileen. Monica.
Hi, I'm from Miami, Florida. I'm part of the FIU College of Law cohort. I think it's called the Launch Program. And I built, you can't even call it building a website. I just went on Canva and like designed some things so that people had like a landing page to go to, but that's as far as it is. It's just like a one page with some information and whatever. So I'm looking forward to learning here today. Okay,
excellent. Now I know a couple of these folks aren't building websites per se, but observing, and that's totally fine. I'm still going to call on you. Sadra, I see you're here with us today.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm the director of the Dallas Bar Incubator Program, and I am just listening in to see the Joshua magic in action. And I've published various websites throughout the years, but I'm always looking for ways to help the people in my incubator program to build their own websites. So thank you for including me, Joshua.
My pleasure. I'm happy to have you here. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Atkinson, and like Sager, I'm kind of going to be a fly on the wall seeing Joshua do his magic, but I'm the director of the Incubator for Legal Practice and Innovation, which is a similar to TOJI, but it's in North Carolina. So I'm sitting here in Durham, North Carolina, and I probably won't be able to stay for the whole session, but I just, as I said, going to be a fly on the wall, see what happens. Thanks.
Mark, we're happy to have you here. All right, Amanda Sullivan. Now, people's tiles have just moved around on me, so I'm hoping I got it straight who I have and have not called on, but I don't believe I've called on Amanda yet.
No, you haven't. Hi. So I am an incubator active member of the sorry, my husband is texting me. He's going to join and also helping me. But I have built websites. I've a few different needs like commercial and just tinkering with websites because why not? But yeah, usually I haven't spent a great deal of time like dedicated to doing what I know is possible and what I really want to accomplish. So I just but anyway, from I'm in Connecticut, Hartford, Connecticut, but I actually just moved from Miami, Florida. So I went to FIU Law School. So I'm out of that incubator program. Glad to be here.
Excellent. We're happy to have you here. How's the weather in Connecticut? Is it cool or is it warm at this point?
Yeah, it's like 80 today. It's beautiful.
Ooh, sounds nice. we've started having to run the AC a bit in Austin, so it's getting hot. I believe I have not called on Natasha yet. And if I have called on you at some point already, I'm sorry, my screen has shifted around a bunch. Natasha, are you with us?
Joshua, she sent a message indicating that her voice.
Oh, her voice is gone. Okay. Yeah, I see that now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So Natasha says, my voice is gone, but I am a member of the TOJI C8 and she's in Houston and she has a website, but she's looking to improve it. Okay. Thank you, Natasha. I'm sorry your voice is not gone, is gone, but I hope you are feeling better soon. Mr. DeMoney Jones, are you with us today?
Yes, I am. And sorry, I have my camera off. I'm actually inside of a court proceeding. I just stepped out to view. But yes, I also, this would be my first actual legal website. I've owned previous business. Just like one of the other attendees, I previously had my site hosted through Wix. I've actually also started a website through Wix for my legal firm. But just like the previous attendee as well, like the SOS, and just it's pretty much a basic web page. I just use their AI generated platform to kind of get a template. So I figured I wanted to see what I can do to either enhance or improve through creating a website today, and just kind of compare the two before I launch the other one.
Very good. Well, the money's ahead of everyone else because today we're also going to be using an AI template. So it would be actually really funny if you use the same one already. So, all right. Did I miss anyone? People were moving around a lot on my screen. So did I miss anyone? Have I called on Monica? I can't tell if Monica's here or not.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. All right. So we've got everyone. All right. Let me tell you a little bit about this. Okay. So I will give you a quick introduction for the folks that are unfamiliar with me. I'll give you a quick introduction to me, the TOJI program, my company, and separate from TOJI. And then I want to explain kind of a little bit of history and thinking behind why we're doing this the way that we're doing it and what the optimal outcome is for this exercise today. Okay, so we'll do that and then we will dig in and get into it. Okay, so a couple little notes. First of all, if you don't have it right now, now would be a good moment to go get either a credit or debit card. All right, you are going to need a credit or debit card to complete everything today. I have looked at the expenses and I think you should probably end up spending no more than about 20 or 30 bucks today. Okay, and you are going to, if you complete the entire process, you will be signing up for a $10 a month subscription. And so that'll be part of the cost today. The other part of the cost is that you will need to pay for hosting for the website if you want to publish it live. Okay, so there's the hosting and then purchasing the domain itself. Okay, if you have a domain that you want to use today, but you haven't already transferred it to the website Pork Bun, tell me now. So you can either put something in the chat or you can raise your hand or, you know, just give me some indication that you have, if you have a URL, a domain that you want to use, you've already purchased it, but it is not on Pork Bun. Okay, so I see Amanda, Tracy, Natasha. Okay. Larry. Okay. Let me just give you the quick rundown of what this is and why you would want to do it. Okay. There are so many services where you can purchase a domain, right? We all know this. There's GoDaddy, there's Bluehost, there's domains.com. There's just a million different ways that you can find all these different services. The reason why I am telling you to buy your domain through Pork Bun or transfer your domain to Pork Bun is because not only are they one of the best service providers for domains in the business, they are also, over the long term, going to be one of the most cost-effective service providers for your domain. So those big companies that you've heard of a bunch of times, like GoDaddy, they have a very large marketing budget. Guess where those costs get passed on for their very large marketing budget? It gets passed on to you, right? Okay, so if you have your domain registered through some other service provider, you're going to want to move it into Porkbun. Now, if you haven't already done this, it costs $10 to move that domain from your existing provider into Porkbun. So you will pay $10 today to do that, and then you will start seeing cost savings over the years because they're not going to nickel and dime you for a million things and privacy and all this other stuff. Okay, so my advice is go into Porkbun, create an account for yourself. They have a button at the top that says transfer, and this is a two-way process. So you type in the domain that you want to transfer, then you're going to have to go into whatever service that you purchased the domain on where it currently lives, and you're going to have to do 2 steps. Okay, so if this is you, make a note of this. 2 steps. Step number 1, you have to unlock your domain. Okay, so by default, your domain on wherever it currently lives should be in a locked position. There is a button that you can press, or a checkbox or whatever it is, and you just want to unlock the domain. That allows it to be transferred. Second step, you're going to have to get the authorization code, or the EPP code, okay? And it's going to look like a little string of letters and numbers. And so you need to have the domain in an unlocked position, and you need to have that authorization code in order to transfer it into Porkbun. All right. I am not going to walk people through how to do this on an individual basis because it would just take forever and everybody is on totally different systems. Okay, so this is why the instructions said to do this before today's meeting. Now, if you have not transferred into Porkbun, that does not prohibit you from continuing with building the website today, but it will mean that the steps that you're going to have to follow are going to be a little bit different because I'm going to show you how to do everything within Porkbun. And if your domain is somewhere else, you're going to have to figure it out using whatever other service you have. Okay, is everybody clear on this? Any questions about this? If you have questions, just take yourself off mute and shout it out.
Joshua, sorry, it took me a minute to get off mute. Just wondering if there might be a few moments as you explain things to go and start the process of transferring the domain.
Can you speak up, Larry? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just wondering if there might be a few minutes while you begin explaining how to do everything that we would have to transfer our domain to Porkbun.
Yeah, so hold on, sorry, I got a question from Natasha too. Is Porkbun better in some way? I currently use Google domains. Google might be the only domain provider that I would say is potentially not shady in comparison to Porkbun. So if you're on Google domains, you know, you can choose to stay on that if you'd like. But Porkbun is going to typically beat out virtually any other providers. Yeah. Okay, and then Larry, I'm sorry, I was distracted when you asked your question. Could you ask one more time?
Yes, sir, no problem. What I'm trying to actually begin the process of unlocking my domain and getting the authorization code, and I just didn't know how far behind I would get in what we're doing by trying to take those few steps right now.
I'd say work on it if you can, but if we get to the next part and we're moving, I would abandon that and just continue with us. You will have the opportunity to go back and fix this later. The main difference is you will not be able to publish your domain live today. So this step has to be completed before you make your website actually go live.
Okay, thank you.
Amanda asked, I paid the $10, tried to transfer, but Porkbun shows waiting for 515, should I purchase a new domain? So typically after you've initiated the transfer, your previous domain provider will either send an email asking you to confirm the transfer, or there will be a button that allows you to confirm the transfer request. And then at that point, the transfer should take a matter of minutes or maybe up to an hour or so. Okay. If you do not confirm the transfer, it will eventually go through, but it could take up to 2 weeks. All right. So if you have initiated the transfer, look for your email or look for the button in your provider to do the transfer. And Natasha asked, does it matter if I have other domains pointing to my current domain? Should I be transferring those to or only my main domain? That starts to get complicated because I don't know how your other domains are configured. So if you have, redirect set up, if you have forwarding set up, if you have email that is contingent on how all this is set up, this can actually get quite complicated. But you were the one that was on Google, correct? Natasha, in your case, I would probably just leave it on Google. Monica, yes, there will be a recording after. Okay. These are all, Tracy, I see a hand raised. Is this an active question you have right now?
Sorry, no, it's not an active question. I was
Okay.
on Google too, and I need to just take my hand down. Thank
That's
you.
all right. Colin, I see a hand from you as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering what are the costs for this host?
So typically, so if you're on Portbun, you can see this for yourself. You can put in a new domain. I'm just going to put in some random stuff and search. And
You were
once
saying
this is done, it'll tell you. So this domain that's like gobbledygook would be $2 to register for the first year, and then it's going to be $10 for every year after that for a .com. Oh, that's not for the .com. For the .com, it's $9.73 for the first year.
Okay.
Yeah. So it should be around $10. There are occasionally domains that are worth a lot of money, depending on the keywords that are used, but I don't anticipate that that'll be a problem. And if anybody does have a domain that is like that, we can navigate around that.
Yeah, I'm currently hosted on Hover, and I was going to have the website on a separate service. I'm guessing Porkbun is like kind of an all-in-one.
Porkbun is only a domain service.
Okay.
So it is only a domain service. They don't do hosting or any other sort of thing. No, actually, I lied. They do hosting, but we're not going to use that because
we're
not doing the WordPress thing today. Okay. Claudia, any thoughts on choosing a domain that ends with something other than .com? Great question. Let's table that for the moment, and let's talk about that when we go through purchasing the domains. But please remind me to address that question.
Under the table.
All right. Okay, let's go through some quick introductions. Y'all are asking great questions, and I want you to continue asking great questions, but let's get some introductory stuff done first. All right. This is me. Most of you already know me. For the folks that don't already know me, the important things relevant to you are I have owned and operated a technology company since 2010. I've designed a bunch of software. I know how to program. I've worked with some big companies like NextGen, Chick-fil-A, Air Force, and dozens and dozens and dozens of startups. I currently work as the director of the TOJI program, where I am very pleased, very honored to work with many of the folks that are here today. And so it is truly a pleasure. And it's wonderful to welcome folks that are from outside of the program as well. If you're not familiar with TOJI, it is a legal incubator. It was started in 2017. We basically support attorneys as they build new sustainable law practices, and we try and help teach them how to serve the underserved latent market, which is the low and modest income folks in Texas. I also, as I referenced, I have had a company since 2010. It's gone through lots of different iterations, but I have essentially always done stuff in the design, marketing, and technology consulting space. Primarily, this company exists to help entrepreneurs and small businesses, and I do a lot of work with attorneys at this point. But I also have clients in totally different industries. I have folks that are in energy, alternative energy. I have folks that are restaurant owners, bar owners, other types of small business, and so I don't say this to like brag on myself or toot my own horn, but just to give you some context. I'm not just an attorney. I've been doing this kind of work for quite a long time. Okay. So here are the basic steps that we're going to walk through today. We're going to purchase a domain. If you have a domain and you are contemplating moving it to Porkbun, I think that's a good idea. If you want to try and follow along without moving it to Porkbun, the steps are going to be very similar. So it is possible that you could use the setup that you currently have without moving to Porkbun, but I'm not going to go through explaining how to do it on each individual provider, okay? So I will show you how to do it on Porkbun. If you have it there, the steps will be identical. If you don't have it there, then you're gonna have to figure that out yourself, okay? Then we're gonna set up a Cloudflare, and I'm gonna explain what a CDN is and why you wanna have one. Then we are going to generate templates for these websites. I'll talk about the philosophy on why we're doing it this way and kind of what the end goal we're hoping to achieve is here in a moment. We are going to take the content that you should have already generated using that form that I sent out to everyone, and we are going to walk through the steps of copy pasting that content into your websites. Then we're going to do a little quick design session, and we're going to go through, we're going to pick out different photos. We're going to pick out, all the relevant little design choices that we can make in order to polish that up and make it as good as we can. We're going to break into I think we're going to break into 2 to 3 groups, depending on how many people we have. And we will do some self-review based on the principles that I'm going to cover. And we're going to provide each other with feedback, and we're going to just do a sanity check, right? Are these websites in the best form that they can be, considering the limited amount of time that we have today? Okay, then we are going to go through the technical process of connecting the domain to Cloudflare and then Cloudflare to the hosting. We are going to, I'll teach you how to purchase and set up a professional email address if that is something that you need. So that would be something that has an enterprise grade security, and it will end in your domain, right? Joshua@theweaverlawfirm.com or whatever it is, okay? I'm going to walk you through setting up Google Analytics, and if anyone is interested in it, I will also tell you how to set up Facebook Pixel. Facebook Pixel is a much limited use since Apple kind of wrecked their whole business model, but it's still a thing that you can do. And so if anybody wants to, I can teach you how to do that. Then we'll do a final review, and we will publish these websites. Now, because you have, I anticipate this being a question, so let me just make it super explicit. If you haven't done the step of connecting your domain to Porkbun, or if you have not purchased a new domain on Porkbun, or if you have trouble following along with your own domain provider, then the way that will affect you is that when we get to step 8, you will have your website ready to go, and you will be able to access it, but it's not going to have the domain name that you want to end up at. Okay, so in other words, you can still benefit from going through most of this process, and you'll still have a website that's all ready to go and ready to launch. It just will not be connected to that domain that's on some other provider or one that you haven't purchased, okay? And I'm sorry that it's just a limitation of trying to do this with multiple people. Either you do it on your own and you figure it out, or you go through Porkbun and you figure it out with me. Okay, if we have time, then I am also going to walk you through the best practices for setting up your Google business and connecting it to your website. This is one of the primary benefits of going through this process, okay? Having your Google business profile properly set up and connected to a website and talking to each other back and forth is one of the major benefits of going through this process. Then if time is permitting and the technology is permitting, I will demo an interesting little AI chatbot that I've set up for myself and kind of walk you through how to set that up. And that may be broadly applicable to folks that already have an existing website. Okay, let's take a quick time out, and I want to talk to you about the greater, larger philosophy of why we're doing things the way that we're doing it today, and sort of what the hopeful end goal, the end result is for today. Okay, so in the past, the approach to doing this has been that we all get on and I walk people through, here's how you set up a WordPress website, here's how you select and purchase a template, here's how you install that template, here's how you go in and you customize the template, and you know, I basically walk people through the whole process of creating and setting up a WordPress-based website. Now, there is nothing wrong with setting up a WordPress-based website. In fact, if you weren't doing something like this, that would be my recommendation. And I heard other people have used Wix before, other people have used Squarespace. There's some other options out there. Those other options are not necessarily bad, but the primary reason why WordPress is the one that I would recommend outside of what we're doing today is because WordPress allows your website to be portable and you can own the entire website. Okay, so if you're on a system like Wix, if you're on a system like Squarespace or something else similar to it, your website is essentially trapped on that service for as long as you want to, continue using that service. Okay, WordPress, on the other hand, your website is portable. You can move it from one host to another host, and you can own it with a greater degree of freedom than you otherwise would. All right, that was well and good. However, after doing that event in that manner for several years, number one, it was excruciatingly painful. It was really painful. It was painful for me, and it was really painful for the participants, okay? I noticed that we do have a couple people here that have some web design or web development experience. You've built a website before, that's awesome. But typically speaking, the folks that are participating in this event do not have the benefit of that experience. And so it's really asking a lot of that person to try and get up to speed on all that complexity and all that technical knowledge in 1 or 2 sessions. It tends to be a very overwhelming and challenging experience for people. The other part of it is, as much as I tried to make it as simple and as easy as possible, the end result of the thing that people were building for themselves was actually not great. And I hate to admit that, but it's true. It really, the end result, the thing that they were getting out of it was it was overly difficult to get to the end product. And the end product was essentially a 1 or 2 page website that contained all the basic information that you would need in order to have a landing page on the internet, direct people to get in touch with you. But when you just compared, if you did like an 80-20 analysis of like how much pain and suffering went into getting to that point, it was just completely out of kilter. Okay. Another way of saying that is that there are some really fancy, really cool, really advanced things that you can do with a website, but it is out of reach to get to that point in this type of a session. So what are we trying for today? I want to just set it out and be very clear about it. What we are trying to do is we are trying to create a essentially 1-page mobile-friendly website that has all of the information that somebody would need to know about you and your law firm, and specifically does a very good job of converting potential leads into contacting you to schedule consultations, while also doing well from an SEO perspective, both technically speaking and also based on the content that you will be putting on your website. Now, I'm trying to set your expectations here. This is going to be about as simple of a website as you can possibly come up with. It's going to look nice, but it is going to be very simple. The idea here, the success condition, is that this will get you to what I would call an MVP, a minimum viable product for your law firm website. And it will be something that is serviceable and can last you for, I would say, between 1 to 3 years. And so within 1 to 3 years, you will probably outgrow this website and want to jump into something that is built on WordPress and is nicer and fancier and so on and so forth. Now, as a backdrop for why I've made these decisions, I want to also give you this other context, and I think this should be encouraging. I have looked at hundreds, if not thousands, of law firm websites in my life, probably upwards of like double-digit thousands. They all are terrible. I'm not kidding. They are so bad. There are so many just completely awful law firm websites. Terrible, outdated, more than 10 years out of style, just so clunky, so bloated, so full of information that's not helpful or useful, etc. and so forth. Today, we are going to favor simplicity, and we're going to build you a website that avoids those common pitfalls, those common problems. So while the thing that you end up with today may not look the same as what you canonically think of as being a lawyer law firm website, I promise you, in many ways, it will actually be superior to what many of your peers are doing, because the thing that many of your peers are doing is really, really bad. Okay, so we're going for simplicity, we're going for ease of use, we're going for the least amount of friction and pain in order to get this thing done in one day. And then the goal is, in a year or 2, 3 years, you can go back and you can reevaluate this and do whatever you want with it at that point. All right. I know I've just done a lot at you. I want to take a little pause here. Everybody on the same page, everybody understanding what we're trying to accomplish? Any questions about any of this so far? Tracy asked, can we expand on this website with landing pages? You are going to have limited capacity to change this website. This is going to be extremely templated. It is going to be extremely simple, and it is essentially going to be a one-page mobile-friendly website.
Joshua, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Did I understand earlier that Portbon will not be hosting our site?
That is correct. The only thing that I advise you use Porkbun for is purchasing and servicing your domain.
And so does that mean we stay with our same host? Is that our
I will guide you through the process of getting your host. So the website that we are going to use to create your website will also host your website.
Okay.
And I'll explain and walk you through that here in a minute.
Thank you.
Okay. Just a quick note, because Tracy asked about different landing pages. That is something that at some point you will probably want to have, especially if you have like a few different practice areas. It's natural to have several different pages that are dedicated to explaining those practice areas. However, most law firms go way too hard in the wrong direction on that. And so they'll have like a menu that has like, 50 sub menus and 50 pages that are all, an attempt to essentially game SEO. And it's very outdated. That approach is very outdated. It is better to start with one landing page that's mobile friendly, lightning fast, and does a really good job of explaining, what your law firm does and the services that you offer, rather than having this big bloated monstrosity that has like 70 pages that Google and nobody else ever sees or cares about. So, will you want to expand beyond this? Yes, you definitely will at some point want to expand beyond this, but this will be a good starting point. Okay, any other questions before we start jumping into this? I noticed that Chelsea talked about .org versus .com. I'll circle back to this at this point and say, as a business, the convention is to have a .com. However, there are also some other options. You can actually purchase a .law URL, for example, and the .law URL is kind of neat because, you can say This is the Griffin.law firm or whatever. And that's a neat thing to be able to do. But the standard is to do a .com. The thing about having a .org or a .net or a .gov is .govs are reserved specifically for government. .orgs are conventionally reserved for nonprofits, so or charitable organizations. .edus are typically reserved for educational services. So these endings do have meanings, and so .org would not typically be something that you would connect to a business. .law is pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this started. And I know that not everyone has been here. I know that some, so I'm trying to walk a little tightrope here. Some of these folks have heard me go on and on for hours and hours about what makes a good website. Some of y'all haven't been forced through that misery. So I'm going to try and do a really quick summary of that content for you in case you haven't already heard it. So what are the main things that make an amazing website? Number one, I think before any other thing, it's telling a good story. Okay, we're all storytellers. We are all attempting to tell the story of who we are and what our law firm is, why our law firm does the type of service that it does, why you would want to engage with the law firm, over, say, your competitor law firms, right? So people don't always tend to think of this from the perspective of storytelling, but really the best websites, the most compelling websites, the ones that reach out and grab your attention and pull you in and cause you to stay engaged with the website, are the ones that have a storytelling element to it. Okay, so if you have done the form that I sent out, you should have like 80% of the way there for telling your story. Now, you're going to have to do some finessing to get it all the way there. And that's something that may be something you need to work on over time. But essentially, remember that we are trying to tell the story of you and your law firm. This seems obvious, but sometimes, I see this missing actually quite a lot. You want to have a clear call to action. Your call to action is contact me, pay me money. All right. For all of us here, it is contact me, pay me money. There are some other possibilities, like if you came up with a legal product that you can sell, then it may be purchase my product rather than contact me, pay me money. But assuming that you are trying to get people that are looking at your website to convert into a consultation and a paying customer, it's important to keep in mind that that is your thing that you're trying to guide people to do. Weirdly, some law firms actually forget about this. It's so clear and obvious, but then they just forget to put it in there or to make it really visible. So we're going to make sure it's really in there and it's really visible. From a technical perspective, you want it to be very user-friendly. You want to have a very responsive design. Responsive design means it looks good on any size screen, and a mobile-first design, because the majority of web traffic comes from mobile phones or tablets rather than desktop computers. These websites are going to look good on all of the above, so you won't even have to worry about that. You need to have a mechanism for collecting and measuring data. If you don't have a system for collecting and measuring data, you cannot make informed decisions about your marketing strategy and the success of your website, right? So we have to have a mechanism for that. We are going to set up Google Analytics primarily to cover that today. And then if anyone is interested in it, I can also walk you through how to do Facebook Pixel. Shockingly large number of law firm websites forget this step as well, but we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure you have it set up. Okay. From a practical perspective, you need to be thinking about this not from the perspective of the lawyer, but from the perspective of the client. This is client-centered design. So we are wanting to put ourselves into the shoes of our ideal client, and we're going to try and think through and imagine what are the burning questions that that client might have as they are navigating to our website. And we want to try and anticipate those questions and answer them. Folks in TOJI know that outside of trying to figure out that they have found an attorney who does the right practice area, the main things that clients, prospective clients, are going to be worried about are money, time, right? And that friction of just the anxiety of talking to an attorney. Okay, so we're going to try and preempt those anxieties by specifically talking about money, time, and the anxieties of reaching out to an attorney. Okay, we're going to try and make that as frictionless and as painless as possible for prospective clients. It's important to have good technical SEO. And so I will show you Google's PageSpeed Insights and their third-party tools. I checked this before today, and I got a 100 out of 100 out of the tools that I checked. So this website, from a technical perspective, is lightning fast, and it complies with all the best practices. And you're not even going to have to think about all of the optimizing that usually goes into getting to good technical SEO, which is, I promise you, a huge value add. This can actually be quite involved and quite a headache. We want to make design choices that contribute to telling a good story. So we're going to talk about, when we go through selecting images, when we talk about, you know, the fonts and the text and everything that we're putting in there, we want to make choices that are in line with our brand. All right. And for the folks that are outside of TOJI, I give the example of, you know, if you on the internet are a three-piece suit lawyer with mahogany wood all behind you and, you know, musty old books, and then somebody comes to your office and you're wearing khaki cargo shorts and sandals and a Hawaiian t-shirt, there's going to be a cognitive dissonance. People are going to be like, am I in the right place? Am I talking to the right attorney? What's going on? Okay. And vice versa. If you're very casual on the internet and then you're very formal in real life, this is going to be confusing to people. So keep in mind your personality, keep in mind your image, your brand, and we're going to try and inject that into our design choices today as we're going through the website. Last but not least, and again, this is where a lot of attorneys mess this up. It's so easy, but they mess it up. We want to have accurate and relevant information on the website. And we are going to be brutal about this today, okay? If it's not relevant, if it's fluff, it's not going on there, okay? We want to distill your website down to only the most critical, simple, basic information that a prospective client would need to know, all right? And so it's going to be tempting to put a lot of fluff in there for some people. We're not going to do that. We're going to make this very concise, very simple, very easy for somebody to quickly get answers that they need in order to get to your services. Okay. Any questions about any of this before we go on? All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. As far as the domains, the .law, I'm guessing the estimates you gave us a little earlier, if we use something like .law, is it going to be significantly more costly, or do you anticipate it to be something of the same?
There usually is an expense for using a fancy dot whatever, and sometimes it's cheap and sometimes it's very expensive. But Larry's anticipated the next thing that we're going to do, because we're going to go switch over and do that right now, and we can try this out and we can see kind of what we think. So, okay. First step is we want to purchase a domain. Okay, so if you have a Portbone account, you can go to, you log into your account, and there's a register a new domain search bar. Okay, and I think this may, let's see, it may even come up. Yeah, so this, even if you don't have an account yet, this should be essentially on the homepage. All right, let's talk about, for a brief moment, what makes a good domain. Okay, so there are some basic things that separate good domains from bad domains. Okay, the first and arguably most important thing about a good domain is what? You want it to be something that somebody else can remember. That's basically it, right? If you tell a person verbally, here is my domain, you want it to be something that is easy to communicate to the other person and easy for them to remember. Ideally, obviously, you're going to have a business card, and you'll give them the business card as well. But I have seen people where they either have like a gigantic name, right? It's really long. Mine is really long. I made this mistake a long time ago. I chose the company name Weaver Innovations. That's a lot of letters, right? So weaverinnovations.com, if I have to spell that out for somebody, it's a ton of letters to say, right? It takes a lot of effort to get through all those letters. And I think it's somewhat easy to remember, but still difficult. So typically speaking, it is easier on folks if you have a shorter domain rather than a longer domain. It tends to also be easier if you don't have repeating letters. So, you know, if you have a bunch of, I saw Tracy talking about the letter L, that can actually be quite confusing. If you have a bunch of L's in a row, that can be difficult for somebody to keep track of, difficult for somebody to read. You have to also remember there are folks that have dyslexia and have other, you know, things that they are dealing with as they're trying to get this right. So the more confusing you put those letters in there, the more challenging that can be for people to get to the right place later on. Okay, so you also want your domain to be something that is hopefully descriptive of either the law that you're doing or the law firm. Okay, so there's kind of two different ways you can go on that. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in Texas, we are allowed to use trade names. So in some states, you basically need to use the law firm name, right? So, you know, the Weaver Law Firm, weaverlawfirm.com would be like a very standard version of it. In other places, if you're allowed to use trade names, you can make it specific to some area of practice. So you could say, let's say I did, medical malpractice and I'm located in Austin. I could have the domain name centraltexasmedmal.com. And that would be okay because we're allowed to use trade names. And the potential motivation for doing that would be that you think that the words that you're using in that domain name are more descriptive and more helpful to get prospective new clients to find you rather than just using your law firm name, right? weaverlawfirm.com doesn't tell people anything about the type of law that I do. But if I give them the domain name centraltexasmedmal.com, they know both where I practice and they know the main bread and butter for the type of practice that I'm doing. Is everybody following with this concept? Okay. I don't know if trade names are allowed in all the places that everyone is, connected from, but that's something for you to consider. Okay, so you want short, relatively short, easy to remember. You want to try and reduce repeating letters as much as you can. You want to pick something that is either your law firm or descriptive of the type of law and area that you are working in. And you are probably going to want a .com or a .law. Now, let's just try and see if there's a crazy difference. Let's see if we can see what a .law would cost and see if it's crazy. Okay, so for me, if I wanted weaverlawfirm.com, it would be, $60. Let's try. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be about $50 a year for that first year. It looks like, depending on whatever I put in there for the .law, and then renewing at about $80 versus if I use a .com, it looks like it's about $10 per year. Okay, so that's something to think about, something to consider. I think either is fine, but something fun for you to consider. All right, at this point, if you have a domain that you are considering using, or if you already have a domain and you just want to run it by the group and see if it's a good domain, put it into the chat and I will lightning fast go through all the domain names and I can just give you a simple yes or no. Now, this is just going to be my subjective opinion, but I've been doing it for a long time. I can give you a simple yes or no as to whether or not I think you have a decent domain name or whether or not I would change it. Modernworkforce.help. Great domain name. We're going to be a lot. Great domain name, although B, and I know you know this, you will always struggle a little bit trying to spell that out for people. So, that's always something to consider. smlg-llc.com. Okay, I don't hate that, Amanda, but I would say it would be easier if you can get smlg.com and leave out the LLC. Let's see if that's available. It looks like .com is not available. So in a case where you can't get the .com, there are some other conventions, like you can do, well, so there's a whole list of conventions where you can prepend different words onto those domains. And this may No, it doesn't show you here. But for example, if you go to the website name mesh, let's see, SMLG. If you go to name mesh, they'll show you like a million different variations of the domain. So you can see which ones are available and look at some different opportunities. Now, Amanda, I'm not trying to pick on you at all, but I would also point out SMLG, while that is short, it's going to be a little bit harder for people to remember because it's just letters in a row, right? It doesn't spell out any kind of word, so it's going to be a little bit harder. Overall smlg-llc.com is not terrible, but I would read it as like kind of mid compared to maybe some other options.
Yeah.
Wildlaw.com is good. Wildlaw.gay, also good. blackvalleylaw.org is great, but is your organization a nonprofit?
He was planning on doing a lot of work with nonprofits, so that's why we thought it would kind of work. But
okay, yeah, and maybe it could. If you are doing like sliding scale fee type stuff, and you have kind of a nonprofit vibe, I could see that potentially working.
Yeah, I mean, for the most, definitely the main, I guess his main customers are going to be like low income.
Okay. Because it's available for $10, my advice would be snatch up the .com as well, and just have both. Okay. Chelsea said name change. Chelsea R. Martin.law and martindefense.law. Both of those are great. The .com was way more. Huh. Is it? It looks like the .com is $10 a year, or 10, yeah. Unless I messed up.
Yeah, we got the .org for like, it was actually kind of less than $4.
Oh.
So I mean, not way more, but I guess
percentage wise, it is a large percentage jump. But $10 a year that's pretty much like as low as most of these get.
I mean, I'm doing most of it like completely free. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I was even thinking about setting up a server to host the website at home. So, but no, that's less reliable.
Yeah. Yeah, you run into some complications with uptime, and then also cybersecurity is definitely a big concern at that point. I've gone that route. It is a headache. LarryGlaw.com is great. Can you have 2 domains directed to one website? Yes, you can.
Joshua, I also wanted to ask, as far as these renewal prices, are we going to enter a contract with Port Bond when we make this purchase?
So typically the way that this works is that you can have your domain set to either auto renew or not auto renew. I would advise having it auto renew, because if you don't auto renew, then what will happen is if you don't manually go in and pay for the renewal at the end of the year, then you'll have a grace period of like, I think it's 60 to 90 days. And then that domain gets released back into the wild and somebody else can actually purchase that domain and take it from you. So typically speaking, all of these service providers are going to go year to year, and you're going to want to set it up so you automatically renew it each year so that you don't forget and then lose the domain.
I'm just wondering if we'll be locked in, if we'll have that price locked in for us.
There's not a guarantee that they're going to lock in that price, but one of the reasons why I'm advising people to use Port Fund is because they are so credible and ethical about how they do business. And so they don't tend to jack up the prices. And I can't say the same for some other places.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I may need to leave that .law domain alone then.
cointhemark.law is great. That's really good. Okay, anyone else want to run by any domain? Federalcriminaljustice.com, great. That's really good. All right, so you can see, just as kind of a sanity check for your own self, you can see that most of these are coming into one of two categories. They are either descriptive of the type of law that somebody is doing, or they are related to the firm name itself. Okay, so and either one of those two directions is good. Garmin.law is also good. Okay, so what I want you to do for today is commit to one of these, right? And purchase at least one of these domains for the year. Okay, and you can go back and you can switch this up later if you'd like, but for today's purposes, pick one of them and purchase it. Colin, yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, I apologize if you're like going to go into this in a little bit, but as far as like the setting up the emails, previously I've only ever done the email forwarding, and that's worked. I don't know if it's worth it to pay the, I guess, what was it? Yeah, I guess Pork Bun was saying $24 to add an email address.
So I know that it's going to be potentially confusing to people why we're not just doing everything on one service, but I've really carefully selected which services I'm recommending for each part of this. We're not going to use Pork Bun for anything other than the domain. And so what I advise people to do on the email front is to either use Office 365 through Microsoft or use the Google Business Suite. I personally get Office 365. I've always gotten Office 365 somehow for free through something that I'm related to. So I don't go that route personally. I have a preference for Google, and I use Google Business. And but essentially the cost is going to be approximately the same. You're going to pay between about $12 and $15 per email account per month to have that professional grade email. And I'll say one little note. This is a much deeper topic than this, but one reason why you might want to have either an Office 365 or a Google Business email address, besides the fact that it will get you, your name at whatever your domain is.com rather than like a Gmail or whatever, it will look more professional to have it connected to the domain, but there's actually a bonus that is, I think, potentially more important, which is if you get to that 12 to 15 bucks a month for a professional grade account, you get encryption and cybersecurity that is greatly enhanced compared to the free versions that you can get through any of these services. So, and if you are dealing with, we're all dealing with like sensitive client information, right? So lawyers have a fiduciary duty of technology competency. And as part of that fiduciary duty for technology competency, we have to safeguard our clients' data using reasonable steps. And so one very reasonable step is, you pay the 12 to 15 bucks a month for a professional email address. And that's, we do so much communication through email. That's just the best practice from a security perspective.
So it's much more secure than just having it forward to a Gmail. Right now it is set up so that way, like, you can use the URL or that domain name to email to, but
it is going to be more secure. It definitely will. So I'm just Googling and looking at it, but their description is Google Workspace comes with a number of zero trust cybersecurity infrastructure, advanced security protocols, multi-factor authentication, no patching, et cetera, and so forth. So, I mean, you know, can you get by with a free Gmail? Yeah, you definitely can. But relative to the cost, you know, I know every dollar counts, and I know, you know, every additional overhead is you know, it's just, it adds to your costs, right? But and the other thing too is that from a e-discovery perspective, if you're handling all this client information and you have to produce records, the professional grade account will have those records, so you can be responsive to those requests. And so I think it's a great value for what you're getting. It's a great value. Okay, a couple other domain questions was hrlawyeronline.com. Yes, that's a great domain. attorneydj.com. Yes, I like that. Although I will say, and this isn't something that you can necessarily help the money, but it does raise some questions about whether or not you are a disc jockey. And it kind of makes me think of like an attorney who also spins at the same time. So you can't really help it because, I mean, those are your initials, right? That's what you got. That's what you're working with. If you were trying to avoid that, you might try Attorney Jones. Might be a good compromise for that. And we could see if that's, you know, if that's available. Jones is a name I think every human knows how to spell typically, so that's nice. Okay, so .com is not available, but Jones Law, E. Jones Law, yeah, that could be good. Jones Law. Let's see if Jones. You can also tell, like, sometimes if you have like a super common last name, that can also make it difficult to find the URL. Let's see, Jones Law, but there's a lot of different versions you can try, right? Like if Jones Law is taken, you can try Jones Law Firm. Jones Law Firm is taken, you can try D. Jones Law Firm. So you can play with that, and, you know, hopefully there's some combination of it that you can figure out that you can get. Callmrjones.com. Ooh, I like that one. That one's a good one. Natasha, that's a great suggestion. Let's see if that one's available.
Like that.
Call Mr. Jones. Look at that. Callmrjones.com, $10 a year. That's one you could snag up. I personally, you know, I mean, this is a personal choice, but I like that one a lot. Okay. All right. Any other major questions about picking a domain and buying a domain? This is essentially, at this point, you should have picked and purchased a domain on Pork Bun. It should cost you about $10 for the .com per year. And then if you did the .law, it looks like that comes in at about $50 a year. How are we doing on time? We're doing great on time. Okay, awesome. Okay, we are going to next move to setting up Cloudflare, and I'm going to explain to you what a CDN is. Okay, so all right, it's always a little, I'm not trying to like, oh, pity me, but it's kind of difficult to go through some of these topics because I know people are coming from vastly different levels of technical experience. So I'm going to do some simplifying and some glossing over. It's not because I think you're stupid. You're all very smart, competent people. It's just, I'm trying to make this something that everyone can understand no matter where they're coming from a technical perspective. So essentially, CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. And basically, we think of the internet as being this cloud, right? But what is it really? I mean, it's a bunch of hardware that has a physical location, right? So Colin was thinking about running his website from a machine that sits in their house, right? That could be a server, and it could be theoretically not much different from, you know, a Google server or an Amazon server or whatever. Kevin said the cloud is someone else's computers. Yeah, essentially that's true. And so there are racks and racks and racks of machines that just sit in temperature controlled buildings all over the world, and they host the entirety of the internet, right? Now, because there is a necessarily physical aspect to hosting, right? The machine that has the data has to be physically located somewhere on Earth. Because of that reality, that means that it takes time for information to travel geographically from one location to another location. So in ye old days of the internet, if I had like a geospace website that was set up in Austin, Texas, and somebody from New York were trying to pull that information, there would be, typically speaking, a delay between that information getting from Austin to getting to the person that was trying to pull that information in New York. Okay, this is the way that the internet ran for a long time. Now, the way that this works, if you have set this up correctly, is we use what is called a CDN, or a content delivery network. And essentially what this does is it is a network of a bunch of different pieces of physical hardware that all maintain copies of the same information spread out in a geographically diverse network. So when the person in Austin requests information from my website, they will get that information from a server that is physically located as close to their location as possible. If somebody asks for that information from New York, or from China, or from Vancouver, or Jamaica, right? That network will see where that request is coming from, and it will go to whichever physical location is closest to that person and deliver a copy of that information to the person that's requesting this. Now, that is a performance benefit for your websites, because it means that your websites will load really, really fast, really, really quickly, okay? Because that information is not physically traveling as far. That is only a minimal benefit, believe it or not, of setting up your CDN. So the much, much bigger benefit of having a CDN is that it helps prevent against outages, okay? If you think about it, if you only have one copy of your website somewhere on the internet, then if anything that connects to that goes down, or if that source goes down, then your website is down. But if you're on a CDN and you have hundreds or thousands of copies of your website all over the internet, then if one of them goes down, it's no problem. The next closest one will serve up that copy of your website, okay? So it dramatically increases the reliability of finding your website and the uptime on your website. It is much less likely that your website will go down. Another thing that is a huge benefit is the network they're very sophisticated at this point. And so there are constantly cyber warfare that is going on all over the world. And you can actually, like, there's websites that track this. It's very fun to watch if you want some like cool hacker looking stuff. You know, here is a here's a map, although this map is not super exciting, but you can see here are you know, events that are currently happening in real time all over the world. All right, and you can see, like, it looks like little missiles launching all over the place. Okay, this is a billion, if not trillion-dollar industry, and so cyber warfare is huge. It's private. There are state actors. It's just an enormous thing. Consequence of this is you and your website can be collateral damage to this stuff going on, even if you're doing nothing at all wrong. So having a CDN goes a long way to protecting your website against cyber attacks and having cybersecurity problems. Okay, so there's multiple good reasons to have this, and I have great news for you today. It's going to be free. Okay, so this is one additional step that a lot of lawyers skip, but you might as well do it because it's free and it offers all these performance and security benefits. So what I want you to do is go ahead and create an account at cloudflare.com. There are other CDNs, but this is the industry standard. And it's the one that we will be using today. So I want you to create an account at cloudflare.com. And once you create your account, you should, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second so I can log in here. Okay. You should end up with a, now yours isn't going to look exactly like this because you're going to have to, we're going to have to go through the process of adding your website and setting it all up. But once you're done setting it up, you should essentially end up with a dashboard that will show whether or not you are having any kind of attacks. It will allow you to put your website into a temporary pause where all those copies that are all over the internet get refreshed if you're doing major changes to your website. And basically, once this is set up, you can just kind of set it and forget it. So this is, it's a nice little middle ground step. Okay. The really important part about this is it's going to be setting up your DNS. Okay. So I know that this is a lot to kind of keep track of, but on the very base level, and maybe if I draw this out a little bit, on the very base level of your sort of pyramid of website hosting, down here, you're going to have port bun, okay, PB, that's where you're going to host your domain, okay? On the next level of your technology stack, you're going to have Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is going to control the DNS for your website, all right? You don't really have to worry too much about what DNS means or how it operates. I'm going to walk you through this, but you do need to at least have a basic understanding that Cloudflare is going to control your DNS, okay? Then on the top level, you're going to have your hosting, and we're going to do that in Mixo. And so that's going to be in there. And then if you have email, you can kind of put email in this level of the stack as well. All right. So there's my little tech stack for you. Base layer, port bun, they have your domain. Next level, Cloudflare, they control your DNS. Top level, that's your hosting and your email. And that's going to be Mixo and whatever you choose as your email provider. Okay. You don't have to be overly concerned about understanding all this because I'm going to walk you through it all, but I want you to just have like a basic understanding of those ideas. Yeah, B.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I use GoDaddy. Is that will I need that, or are those already inputted in those type of services?
So if you have a domain service that is different from Porkbun, that's okay. But I'm only going to be going through the instructions today on how to do it through Porkbun. So GoDaddy, you can set this up in the same way, but the buttons are going to look a little bit different, and the exact things that you click are going to look a little bit different from how it's going to look on my screen. Okay.
Okay.
And I would you kind of missed my preaching earlier. I like Porkbun because their fees are the most reasonable and they have like the most credible, I think, business practices. GoDaddy in particular has a huge marketing budget and they have to pay for that marketing budget somehow. So a lot of those fees are getting passed on to you, and you're probably paying more than you actually need to for their services. Okay. One very critical, super duper, really, really, really important thing to note here. If you already have a domain that is connected to your email that you are already using, okay, so for this caution to apply to you, you need to have a domain that you're already using, and it needs to be connected to your professional email. I need to know about that now because there's a potential to break that as we're going through these steps, okay? So if you have a domain that you already are using for an email, let me know now, get my attention now, because these steps are going to be a little more dicey for you, okay? Kevin, I see, is raising a hand. Natasha says yes.
Joshua, I do already have an email that I'm using, but what I'm doing right now as we go through this is just I'm creating a new domain, and I plan to just use a new email address as well. So
okay. If you're doing what Larry's doing and you're doing this, you're setting this up through a new different domain, don't worry about it. This does not apply to you. You don't have anything to worry about. This only applies if you have an email address that already has a customized domain and you're using that email address for your law firm. Okay, and I see it. So at least 3 people are doing this already. Okay. Kevin, did you say you're one of the people that's doing this?
Yes, I have a domain that's already doing email services through Google Workspace.
Okay. Would it be okay if we use your Cloudflare to show people how to walk through this?
Absolutely.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to have Kevin share his Cloudflare, and I'm going to walk you guys through how to set this up properly. It's helpful to do this with a real one instead of a different one. Claudia asks, can we go back to the page that you're on? We're going to start from scratch here in just a second. As soon as we see Kevin's page, we're going to start from scratch, and I'll walk you through each step. Kevin, you should have the capacity to share your screen whenever you're ready. Okay, so can you go ahead and back out of this, Kevin? Okay, okay, so if you just created your Cloudflare account and you have done nothing, this is what you should be looking at, okay? Is anybody at this point? Cloudflare does not yet support help extensions. Oh, that's too bad. That's a bummer.
I created mine up, but I'm on a dashboard. I don't have that same screen. Is there something I should have clicked on? Accelerate and protect.
If you click on that Cloudflare logo like Kevin did, you should end up at this page where it says you currently don't have any websites.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, Lorna, if they don't support .help, you can skip over this part of the instructions, and it's not gonna be make or break. It's just kind of a bummer that they don't support it yet. So I would send them an email. I'll be like, hey, come on, add .help, because that's a really cool website URL. Okay, is anybody having trouble getting to this step? I want people to be able to actually follow along and do this live as we're doing this. So is anybody having trouble getting to this screen right now? Okay. This is where it's going to be important for people to speak up and stop me if you're falling behind. And from here on out, if you're falling behind, I want you to tell me. Don't worry about slowing everybody else down. That's why we have 4 hours to do this today. If you're falling behind, let me know. It'll be harder to undo that later, the further behind you get. Okay, so everyone should be at the step where they can add their own, they can add a new website.
Okay, I guess I'm falling behind. This is Tracy.
Okay, where are you at?
I don't know. I've created an account in Cloudflare.
Okay.
So I used another email address, so I'm in there now, and then it says, welcome to Cloudflare. What's your goal?
Okay. What are your options there?
Accelerate and protect your website or application, secure your org, or build and scale without maintaining infrastructure. So do I need to go to domain registration?
Yeah, see if you can click out of that and go to domain registration.
Okay.
Actually, there should be a website button. You see where it says websites on Kevin's screen?
Okay, I'm trying to follow Kevin's screen. I think that's what's, okay, thank you.
Okay, are you on the same page now?
Yes, well, it doesn't look like that, but I see websites, so I'm gonna go there. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's make sure, go click on it and see if you can get to the screen.
I'm there now. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
She was at the same place I was when you told me to click on the logo.
Okay. Okay, yeah. And everyone, this is, I'll just say it, TOJI folks know this, but I just want to make sure everyone knows this. This is a safe space, right? If you are lost and confused, do not be ashamed to speak up. Nobody's going to judge you. We're all humble and we're all beginners here today, okay? So no problem. All right. At this point, you're going to want to click Add Site. So Kevin, go ahead and click Add Site. And then you're going to want to type in the domain name that you intend on using for the website that we're publishing today, okay? So Kevin has already typed his in, and then you're going to want to click Add Site. Notice that you do not need to type in HTTP or anything of that. You just type in the rest of the URL. All right. you should be confronted with this screen where it's asking you to pay money. However, you will note that at the bottom, there is a tile that says free, okay? You want to click the free tile that is at the bottom, and you may need to scroll down. You know, your screen, Kevin has like a nice big screen that he's working on, so it's easy for him to see. You might need to scroll down in order to see the option, but you want to click free, and then you want to click continue. Okay, now what this is going to do is in the background, it is going to try and figure out if there are existing DNS records hosted somewhere else through your domain provider. Okay, and so what all this means, I know this probably looks like Greek to everyone here, right? What all this means is these are the records that it is finding, Cloudflare is finding on the internet as controlling where Kevin's website exists and sort of the basic information that controls how people can find his website. And so what it is asking Kevin to do is it is asking Kevin to import those settings from his existing domain service provider into Cloudflare. And if you remember, if you recall my, terrible triangle that I tried drawing, the second layer of your tech stack is where your DNS settings are existing, and that's in Cloudflare. So we're taking those out from the domain service provider and replacing it with Cloudflare. All right, let me do like a very, very simple explanation of what these things mean, okay? There are essentially two different types of records that control pointing your URL to the machine in the world that hosts your content. And so that's going to be basically connecting the words of your domain with an IP address. Okay, and so you can see that Kevin has two A records, and the A records are connecting his domain name to an IP address. Okay, and so that is one half of people being able to type in wildlaw.gay and ending up at the right website. The other half is the CNAME. Okay, so the CNAME does the exact same thing. It just does it in a more sophisticated manner. Okay, so you have A records and CNAMEs, and both of those, their job, their responsibility is so that when somebody types in your domain name, they get connected to the right website. All right. All this other stuff, the MX and TXT records, are related to other functions. And this is where you could have settings for email. Okay, so Kevin's getting some additional stuff here, and this looks like it is related to pork bun. And
yeah, I set two email addresses to forward to my existing one on pork bun.
Yep. So that is what Kevin is getting. All right. Here is the really important people. All right. See you, Sadra. Here is the really important part for people to understand if you are using a domain name that is already connected to an email that you're using for any purpose. Okay. The really important thing to understand is you need to make sure that all of these additional records are being successfully pulled through. Okay. Now, Kevin, if you would be so kind as opening your pork bun account for us. This is where it gets a little complicated if you're using, GoDaddy or some other thing. And I'm not going to go through all the steps on this for one of these other service providers, but I will show you in broad strokes what you need to be checking, okay? Okay, so here we have, okay, so go to your domain management. Yep. Okay, and then you're going to want to go to, I believe it's I want to say it's under details. You can get to your DNS information. Okay. Yes. Okay. So Kevin did this fairly quickly. I'm gonna make him walk it back and do it slowly so everyone can follow it. But Okay, so you're going, if you're in Pork Bun, you're finding this section where you can look at your domains. Okay, you went to account, domain management. That brings you to this page that we're looking at right now. This should be a list of any active domains. If you're using something like GoDaddy or Google Domains or another service provider, you should basically be looking for the same thing. You should be ending up in a page where you can manage your domains. And then you're going to want to go to manage the DNS. That is, it's going to look different for every website, but for Pork Bun, you click details. And then after you click details, you click edit under DNS records. Okay. And then this table here at the bottom is the important stuff. Okay. Now, like I said, if you're on GoDaddy or some other provider, Google Domains or wherever you're at, you're going to have to navigate through figuring out how to get to your DNS records. But you should, at the end of the day, have a table that looks just like this. Okay. And it will have all of the entries that your DNS needs to have in order for things to function properly. And importantly, that includes your email records. Okay. So the part that we're trying to avoid, the bad thing that could potentially happen here is if you are using an email address and you don't copy these DNS settings over correctly, your email could potentially, it will stop working correctly. Okay. So that's why I want to flag this and make sure this is really, really clear. And if anybody has any questions, what you're going to do is you're going to want to compare this table that Kevin currently has up with the table that Cloudflare is automatically importing. Okay, so Kevin did a beautiful job of putting this side by side. Thank you for that, Kevin. And you can see, looking at Kevin's settings, he has these MX records. Okay, over here on the left on Cloudflare, those MX records are correctly coming through. Okay, so you can see forward.1 and forward.2. You can see he has a TXT entry. This is basically verifying that he's the owner of this email address. And you can see that this TXT entry is also being copied in correctly.
Joshua, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm the only one, but I'm completely not able to get to the pages that you're on. Could you go back and show us how you did that?
Yep, absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And are you working on Pork Bun and Cloudflare?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Kevin, can you show again how to get to these domain settings? So you go to account in the upper right-hand corner, and then there's a button called domain management. And you want to click the domain management button. And then you should see a page that looks like this. Are you at this point?
Yes.
Okay, then from here, you click details. And then it's very small letters, but you see right there, it says DNS records edit.
Okay, I'm not seeing details. Like mine is saying bulk search.
Okay, let's have you, can we have you share your screen real quick?
Yep.
Let's take a look here.
Hold on, let me figure out how to do that.
I will need to promote you to have that permission. Give me 1 second. Okay, you should have a green button on your screen that says share screen and then green arrow, and you can click that and then James posted for GoDaddy people. It is domains, domain portfolio, domain settings. Yes. Thank you, James.
Can you see my?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so you went to domain management. So go ahead, you're at domain management. And you want to scroll down a little bit. Okay. Have you completed purchasing your domain?
I should have, yep.
Okay. It doesn't look like you have, let's see. We've detected your email address, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, don't go away for a second.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, go back to account. and go to domain management. Okay, there we go. So there's your domain. Okay, now click details.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then very tiny button, click the edit button right next to DNS records. So it'll be, nope. Oh, that actually might get you there too. Try that. Hey, look at that. That also works. Okay, now you're gonna want to scroll down. Okay, so you only have the most simple domain settings because all you have is a CNAME, which is great. That means that you do not have this set up for, well, at least on this website, it's not pulling in any email information. So let me ask you, have you been using this URL for a professional email previous to today?
No.
Okay, excellent. So yours is essentially you've already done all the work that you need to do up to this point. So you're caught up. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for stopping us, and thank you for showing us so we can work through that. Okay.
Joshua, I'm sorry. I'm looking here, I think. I was able to follow all the way up to C where I got DNS records, but I mean, I've got a couple of edit buttons on my screen, but I don't have one next to DNS records. I do see I've got another entry to the right of DNS records. It says 2 records set. Below that, it has an edit button. I clicked that one, and I do see a table that shows an alias and CNAME.
How about you show us your screen, Larry? Hit the green share button and show us what you're looking at.
All right. That worked.
Believe it or not, this is the only technically complicated part of this entire process. The rest of this is going to be all downhill from here. So I know this is a little overwhelming for some folks. It's going to be easy from here on out. Okay, so Larry, you are also caught up. You have all that you now you haven't been using Garmin.law previous to today, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're good. You're caught up. Okay. All right. Any other questions up to this point? I'll have Kevin share his screen again. Okay, so I know there's been a lot of information, so I just want to bring us back to the big picture. What we're trying to do right now is we are trying to verify that any information that shows up in pork bun and so for Kevin, this is on the right. We want to make sure that this information right here matches the information that Cloudflare is automatically trying to pull in over here. And if you haven't already been using this URL for an email, it should be extremely easy. You don't really need to do any additional thing. If you have been using email, as Kevin has very helpfully and coincidentally set this up for, what you're specifically looking for is you're looking for these MX and TXT records, and you're wanting to make sure that over on Cloudflare, it is pulling in the MX and TXT records, okay? Because I don't want this to happen, anybody. This will be a work outage, and it'll be messy. If you don't get these records pulled over correctly, and you've been using this as a professional email, we are about to break this if it doesn't get imported correctly, okay? So that's why I'm making such a big stink about this. Okay. All right. Assuming that you are seeing that you have these A records and CNAME records, and you are, if you have email, you're seeing these email records correctly showing up, then the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to hit continue. Okay. And then this is going to show, Kevin, can you keep that split view actually? Okay, thank you. So what this is going to show you is it's going to say you already have some existing name servers, okay? And if you've done this through Porkbun, you'll see that these, it's using these porkbun.coms. But if you have this through GoDaddy or Google or someone else, you're going to end up with some other different domain servers. And what it's going to tell you to do is it's going to tell you to go into your domain provider, and you're going to replace what you have had with Cloudflare's name servers, okay? And this is the step where if these settings have not copied over correctly, it will break it. So I want to make sure you got this right. Okay, So what you're going to do is on the Cloudflare side, you see on Kevin's thing where it says authoritative name servers, you're going to click this edit button right here. And you're going to delete that. Just delete everything in there. And you're going to go over and you're going to copy and you're going to paste both of these two. And you're going to add you're going to press enter so it goes down. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what you should end up with, before you hit submit, Kevin, what you should end up with is you should be replacing Pork Bun or GoDaddy or Google Domain or whatever else service you're using. You should be replacing the name servers with Cloudflare's name servers. And what that is going to do, when you hit submit, it is going to make it so that the DNS records stop being controlled by whatever your domain provider is, and they start being controlled instead by Cloudflare. Okay?
Okay, Joshua?
Uh-huh.
Those steps you just said,
Mhm.
are those for people who have email addresses someplace else? Or is this for like all of the new people who just got a new domain name and no email address? Because I didn't see some of the options Kevin did.
No problem. Okay, great question.
Okay.
So the question was, is this a step that everyone does, or is this only for people that have a new domain? And the answer is essentially everyone should be using Cloudflare. So regardless of whether you have an email or not, we want Cloudflare to be handling this information. The important thing, if you can go back one screen on your Cloudflare side, Kevin. The only difference between your setup, whether you have existing email or not, is whether or not you're going to have these additional records. So in Cloudflare, if you do not have an email that you have been using connected to the specific domain that you're using to publish your website, if you don't have an email, then none of these records should show up for you. You should basically just have A names and C names.
Okay.
If you do have an email that you've been using, then you need to be very careful to check and make sure that on this page, you see that those email entries are getting imported.
Okay. I'm trying to follow. I know okay. So this is a new domain, no email. So I have the two A's and then I have the two C names. And then underneath that, I have something text, TXT, and then something that says Acme Challenge.
Yep, you're good. So
Okay,
essentially,
thank you.
Essentially, you have all the information that you need. You're fine. And so the next thing is to press the continue button.
Okay.
Okay, and just to make sure, Joshua, that I'm following, I've got that same thing set up in Cloudflare, but I only have 2 entries in Pork Bun.
That's okay.
That's where I should be. So continue on Cloudflare. Okay.
Yep, that's okay. Yep,
sorry.
go ahead.
One more. Okay, I'm at that the page before this one, the one that you're showing on Cloudflare, but I don't have a continue button at the bottom.
Okay. All right. let's find out why. Kevin, I'll have you stop sharing for a moment and let's look at Claudia's screen here. I know this is the part that requires the most amount of patience from everyone because we're doing all this troubleshooting. The rest of this should be fairly straightforward. Okay, let's see. So you have all of your A names, you have your C names, you have your TXT. Okay, that's great. Go down, scroll down.
I just
okay.
See it.
Okay, so you already scroll a little bit more slowly here. Just change your names to authoritative. These are your assigned. Okay. Scroll up some more. Scroll up some more. I could take. Okay. Is it possible that you've already hit submit?
If I did it accidentally, but is it possible? Yes, it is possible.
Okay, let's do a quick check here. So let's do this. On the left-hand menu, you see the menu with all the different icons and everything. Go to overview. Yep. Okay, and then scroll down. Okay, So that's going to be the name servers that you're going to need. Let's so yeah, I think you've already submitted yours. Essentially, it looks like your DNS is already configured. Let's double check it though. Go to the menu on the left and go to DNS. Yep, you're good. So you must have clicked submit at some point and already have those records in there. So you're good.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, so for you, you see that box where it said name servers and it had 2 name servers listed?
Oh my God, I accidentally closed the page. Okay.
That's okay.
This is not my strong suit. And I
That's
was
all right.
able to build my Wix website, but it was a slow and painful process.
That's okay. Look, no shame, right? It doesn't matter if this is taking somebody a while or, we're all stumbling along. That's totally okay. Are you able to navigate back to that, or do you need some help getting back there?
Okay, so I think I'm back to the DNS records page.
Okay, perfect. Now on the bottom of the page that we were looking at together, there's a section where they list out 2 name servers. Do you see that?
The Cloudflare name servers, yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Now you're on the same page with us. Let's go back to Kevin's split screen.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
And Joshua, will you review that step where you deleted information and pasted in other information?
Yep. So wherever your current provider is, whether it's Porkbun or GoDaddy or whatever it is, you're going to want to edit the name servers wherever your domain currently exists. So if you're following along on Porkbun, Kevin, can you close out of that and show them again where to click? Just hit cancel for a second there. So on Porkbun, it says authoritative name servers, and then you click this edit button right here. Okay. If you're on something other than Porkbun, you're just going to have to figure out on GoDaddy or whatever you're using where the option is in order to edit the name servers. But there should be, no matter, it all kind of basically looks the same. There should be 2 existing name servers, and you're trying to replace those 2 existing name servers with the Cloudflare name servers.
So on Porkbun, should I still be on that manage DNS records screen?
You should close out of that.
Okay.
And then you should see your URL. So if you're in, this is your DNS setting, right? You click out of that, you click this details button. So close that for a second. This details button is how you expand to see this menu on Porkbun. And then you're looking for this edit button next to authoritative name servers. Okay, so this is the button that you're looking for.
Okay.
Are you able to see? Are you able to get to that?
Well, I see. I think the display. I mean, it's real estate on my screen is a little different. I've got I'm working on a small screen, so I do see authoritative name servers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I see the I don't know, Curitiba, whatever, CURIT, iba.ns.porkbun.com, and below that I do have an edit button.
Yep. So click the edit button.
Okay, I see those now.
And then Kevin, if you can advance your Cloudflare screen on the left for everyone. So you should have 2 Cloudflare name servers, and it'll have, you can tell you're looking at the right thing because it'll have some word, like Kevin says, don't use Kevin's, you're gonna want to use your own, but it'll have some word like Henry, and then it'll say .ns.cloudflare.com. Okay, and so you're looking, there should be 2 of those on Cloudflare, and you want to click edit in Porkbun or Google Domain or GoDaddy or whatever it is, and you want to take the Cloudflare NS and replace the existing ones with the Cloudflare ones. Okay, and then you want to hit submit.
Right. And just to clarify, so if we don't have anything GoDaddy or anything like that, we can just click the blue box on the button that's bottom that says done, check name servers.
Well, you have to, if you are just setting this up the simplest way, which is if this is a new domain, no existing email, none of that other stuff, then all you have to do is you just have to copy the Cloudflare domains, make sure that they are entered over here on Porkbun, then click submit on the Porkbun side.
I guess that's the part I just don't get. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll show your screen and we'll walk you through it here. So you click submit, and then you can see on you've done this correctly if on the pork bun side, you see how these say these are now cloudflare.com URLs. If you've done it correctly, you should have something.ns cloudflare.com on the pork bun side. And then at that point, you can go to Cloudflare and hit done and hit check name servers. Now, let's look at your screen and let's see how it's looking on yours. Kevin is done. He's through this step. So anyone that's having trouble, let's look at their screen. Was that Tracy that was saying that? Or who was it? Who was I just talking to?
It was Tracy.
Okay, Tracy, would you mind showing us what you're looking at so we can see?
Okay. The share my screen piece, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Alrighty.
I promise this is the most painful and difficult part of this whole process. It's going to be fun and light from here on out. Okay, so you want to close out of that screen. So not entirely. No, don't hit that. Don't hit that. You see the little X right there in the upper right hand? It's like right here.
Yes.
Click that. Okay, now scroll down slowly on this screen. Okay, stop. Okay, you see where yours says authoritative name servers? You want to click this edit button. Okay.
Okay.
And then you want to delete all of those entries. So just select them and backspace all the way through them.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry. I don't have a mouse. Sorry about all of this. Okay.
Okay. Now you're ready to take the Cloudflare name servers and put them into that spot. So click on your Cloudflare.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Okay, now I know what to do. All right.
Well, are you sure you got it?
I'm just a little frustrated. It has nothing to do with anybody other than I'm working on a little laptop and it's hard to see on my side. So
all right.
I
take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Let it in.
I know.
Let it out.
I'm gonna stop sharing because I can't, the mouse and I aren't cooperating, but I think I understand what I'm supposed to do is take those two orange things and put them in over here. I know I just took this in another language and I'm so sorry.
That's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
It's okay. Take a minute, gather yourself. You can stop sharing. That's okay.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to stop sharing now.
So in your Zoom, there's a toolbar and there is a button that says stop sharing. And so I may be able to force it. Let's see.
That'll be great.
I don't actually know if I can grab this from you or not.
I'll just leave and come back.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to, can we go back to Kevin's screen here? If you're getting a little flustered with this stuff, it's okay. Have a little grace for yourself. This is technical. It's not something that you're expected to know how to do. But it's all kind of downhill from here once we get this part done.
After this, I think I'm going to stop saying I have an IT background.
All right. So Kevin has already completed this step. So from here, Kevin just needs to hit done, check name servers on the Cloudflare side. And then he's going to hit get started. And we're going to go through this really slowly so we can make sure everyone can follow along. So you can click get started and it should automatically have HTTPS rights turned on. You want to make sure that this stays on.
Joshua, I'm so sorry. Okay, because Tracy was apologizing, but Tracy actually helped me quite a bit.
Okay, good.
Like when you're clicking the buttons, it's just too fast. I mean, I'm having to switch different screens. I can't find the button and now I'm lost again.
That's okay. That's okay. Look, I know that this is difficult because everyone here is used to being right and good at everything. And this is new stuff. It's very technical. We can go very slowly through this and we can go through it as many times as we need to. So good job stopping me. It's not a problem. Okay, let's do this on your screen so we can go through it step by step. Okay, so Kevin, I'm sorry, we're going to stop sharing your screen again and let's go to Claudia.
Okay.
and let's share your screen and let's go step by step and make sure that you've got this.
Let me try to. I want to be on Cloudflare, right?
Well, we're gonna go back and forth between Cloudflare and Porkbun. So we
Okay.
need to be able to see both websites. They don't necessarily need to be able to see them both at the same time, but we need it so that we can go back and forth.
Yeah, I think this is, yeah, I'm trying to share the right screen because it's giving me so many options.
There we go. Okay. So you have your Cloudflare name servers, and I see that you have one of them selected. That's great. Let's go look at your Porkbun, and let's see what you got there. Okay, you've done this correctly. All right, now how do we know that you've done this correctly? Just because I know there are probably other people that are trying to still figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at Claudia's setup, so she has authoritative name servers. This is on Porkbun. I know, okay. So there's two websites on Porkbun. She has 2 name servers, and you can tell that they're done right because it says cloudflare.com, cloudflare.com. Right. Okay, so she has completed the step on the Porkbun side of things. Now, to make sure that she's done on the Cloudflare side, let's go back to the Cloudflare website. And you can, so yours, go to the left menu and hit Overview. And hit Review Settings. Okay, now hit Get Started. And I want everyone to follow along with this, okay? So everyone follow along with this. If you were on the page that Kevin was on and you clicked Submit, you should get to this same page, okay? So if anybody is not on this page, let me know now. You should be on this quick start page. I'm going to give it a pause. If anybody's not here, let me know.
I'm not here.
Okay. Tracy, are you comfortable sharing your screen or?
Yes, I mean, I am losing it with the toggling back and forth.
That's okay. We have the time. We can help you.
No, I really don't want to share my screen. What I'm trying to do is, if I'm on the Porkbun side, that's not true. I'm on Cloudflare. No, Porkbun is orange. Okay. So it says add Cloudflare's name servers. So I click to copy, and then I go over to the Porkbun, and I just need to know where to place it in the Porkbun place.
Okay. Claudia, would you mind clicking on the Porkbun tab for a moment? Okay, so scroll up a little bit so we can see what this looks like when it's fresh. Okay, so from Porkbun, you should see something like this, and you're going to want to go down to where your domain is. So Claudia,
right, and I click the little DNS.
You click. No, you don't want to click the DNS. I know this is where it gets a little confusing. So instead of clicking the DNS button, you want to click this Details button.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a good thing this is recorded, so I'll just play it on my own. Okay.
Okay. Once you click are you able to find that Details button?
No, I'm not. I'll just do it on my own. I'll just let you guys go and I'll figure it out. It's okay.
It could be that you're not far enough over on the right, because that happened to me also. I couldn't find the Details button, and it was just because my screen wasn't showing the entire page. So if you can try to make your way over to the right, you might see it.
Yeah, my resolution is a little different also, so it's just a matter of taking time.
Yeah, it should be on that same line.
I don't think anybody here is in a rush.
Yeah, we're not in a rush. We've got lots and lots and lots of time today. Are you able
to? I found the Details button. So
okay,
whoever
great.
said change your resolution and go to the right. Thank you. Now what?
All right. So now you see the details. All right. Now you're going to scroll down and you're looking for authoritative name servers. If you scroll down just a little more, Claudia, it looks like this.
Authoritative, right? And there's those 4 things I need to take out.
Yep. So you click the edit button and you want to delete the 4 ones that are there already. Claudia's is going to look a little different because she already completed the step, but you want to delete all 4 of those.
Right.
And then you want to replace them with the 2 that Cloudflare are providing for you.
Okay, copy, paste. There. And then I go back and I go click to copy, and then I go back to pork belly, and then I paste, right? Okay.
Yes. And you
Go ahead.
it should end up looking the same way that Claudia's does right now, where you have 2 lines
Mhm.
and you have both of them are cloudflare.com.
Okay, and now I hit submit.
Yes. Now you hit submit and you are done on the pork bun side of things. So then
Yay.
the next
Okay.
step, yeah, good job. The next step is you go over to Cloudflare and your
Cloudflare
screen won't be
storage.
advanced to this yet, but there should be a button where you click done or submit or something like that.
Okay,
Do you see that?
I did. I hit done.
Okay, and now do you see this quick start guide?
I do.
Okay, all right, we're caught up. All right, very
Thank
good.
you.
Is anybody else stuck on this? If you are and you haven't spoke up yet, do not be ashamed. Let us know. We will help you. We will get you through this. It's like the, what is it? Is it the Marines? No person left behind or something? That's the goal today, okay? I know that this is technical and difficult. So that's why we build in time so that we have plenty of time to troubleshoot this stuff. All right. At this point, yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to stop sharing?
No, please continue sharing for now, just because I think your screen resolution is actually closer to what a lot of people are using. So we'll just.
I was raising my hand, but I don't see the quick start.
Okay, I made you co-host. Claudia, have you stopped sharing for a moment? I'm gonna have, is it Amanda? You're now TAP guest, and I'm sorry if I've forgotten your name. Is it Amanda?
Yeah, Amanda.
Okay, good. All right, so for you, everything is already running for you, which is amazing. Click the, how do you get back to this? You may already be done. I'm not sure. Once you've finished, I'm not sure if there's a way to do it. So click back on the, where it says SMLG-LC. Can you just click back one on there? Yeah, click on that. And then click in on that one time and see if you get prompted. It's not prompting you. Smart routing. Click enable now and see if that will get you to there. You see where it says under that blue box at the top. Click that. No, get out of there. That's them trying to sell you on something.
One thing you could try, if you delete where it says traffic in the URL and put in recommendations, that might work.
Okay, yeah, we can try that. If you, just delete traffic and type in recommendations. Good suggestion. I think that might work. Aha, okay, perfect. So click get started.
Thank you.
All right. We can stop sharing that screen. I'm going to switch back to, we're going to go back to our steady and faithful Kevin, and we'll resume sharing on his screen. Is anybody else having trouble getting to this screen that we're looking at where it says get started?
Kevin, before you click anything, just make sure to point at it a couple of times so we all
Yeah,
have time.
we'll go through it very slowly. All right, we'll go through it very slowly. Lorna is just like, man, this is the chillest thing ever because she doesn't have to do any of these steps. Okay. Okay, so the first thing that you should be prompted to do is automatic HTTPS rewrites. And that should default to being a green check mark, which means that you do not have to do any changes for this section. So we're going to do it very slowly, but I want Kevin to click save. So this will be just under this green check mark. There should be a blue save button. You click save. Okay. Now on this next one, it's going to ask always use HTTPS. And I want you to change this to be a green check mark. Okay, so always use HTTPS. you want to make sure that this is a green check mark, and I'm going to pause here and make sure that everyone is able to find this checkbox and convert it to be green. If anybody has any trouble with this, let me know. All right. I'm not hearing anybody, so I'm going to assume that everyone's gotten this, but please stop me if I'm wrong. I want you to click save here. Then it's going to ask you, do you want to speed up? You should already have a green check mark. You do not need to change anything here. Just hit save. Okay, at the end, and it's kind of hard to see, but it should say automatic HTTPS on, always use HTTPS on, Brotli on, and you just click finish. All right. Okay. Now this is going to work at all different speeds, and it is going to unfortunately be a little bit different for each person, but your Cloudflare should either show you a page like what Kevin is currently seeing, or it should say Cloudflare is protecting your website. So we had, when we saw Amanda's screen, hers was already protecting her website. For Kevin, he needs to prompt it to recheck it. There's a button down here that says recheck domain. And he might have to do this a few times. It's a little bit unpredictable how long this will take before Cloudflare picks up the changes from Porkbun. But essentially within about 24 hours, Cloudflare should start taking over control of the DNS settings from Porkbun. All right.
And Joshua, how do we know whether we need to check name servers or recheck or anything?
So if this is already connected and totally done, then on this overview page that Kevin is looking at, it will say, congratulations, Cloudflare is protecting your website, or something along those lines. Otherwise, it will prompt you to, okay, so see, Kevin's just switched over, and it says, great news, Cloudflare is now protecting your site.
Okay.
If it doesn't say that on this overview page, and to get to this page, you click on this overview button right here. If it does not say that, then it should have a button that prompts you to recheck the name servers. And that may be something that takes up to a day. Usually it's more like a few minutes, but
I have a button at the lower right. It doesn't say recheck, it just says check name servers.
Yeah, you can click that button. Okay. And then that should let you and basically what that is doing is that is letting Cloudflare talk to Porkbun and confirming that you've given Cloudflare control over the DNS settings.
Okay,
all right.
Oh, okay.
Tracy, did you have a question?
I'm looking at, it says overview, and then it says speed tip, and then it has quick start guide, and then it has 2 or 3 items complete, and then it says complete your name server setup. And then it says log into your register account, determine register via who is.
Mm-hmm. Do you see a button that says check name server or something along those lines?
Yeah, it says check name servers.
Click that.
Okay. And it says now, please wait a few hours for an update.
Yep. So this may be something that we need to go back and check after, like, this is what I was just saying is this can take anywhere from like 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
Or it could potentially take hours. But the important thing is you've done all the things that you need to do. So there are no additional steps that you need to take. And you can force it to recheck it by clicking that button, and it'll, eventually you should get this success thing that Kevin sees right now. But even if yours doesn't show you that right now, don't sweat it, because it will automatically update itself within about a day.
I did a refresh page, and great news.
What was it? I heard somebody talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say the same thing. When I hit refresh, at first it said check, but if you refresh, then it said great news. So it updated if you just whoever's having that issue just refresh their screen and then it start working.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should typically happen within 5 or 10 minutes, but you know, it can take a little bit longer. But again, I want to emphasize this. If you've completed these steps where you have pork bun with the right Cloudflare information, you don't actually need to do anything else. Cloudflare will automatically get this within about a day.
And Joshua, I know you covered this quite a bit ago, but what did you tell us that Cloudflare is doing for monitoring something?
The question was, what is Cloudflare doing? Why are we going through all of this pain, right? The answer is because this increases your cybersecurity and it helps the performance of your website and it helps people be able to load your website much faster. So it has a performance benefit and it also has a security benefit. And this is, I know it seems like a lot to go through, but this is very essential to a well-performing website. And you want to have a well-performing website because Google cares about that when it determines how to rank your website. Okay, so ultimately this is going to help you get in front of more eyeballs. Okay. All right, everybody take a moment. We're going to take a 5-minute break. All right, we've been going at it for 2 hours, more than 2 hours. It's a lot. Go run to the restroom if you need to run to the restroom. Check your phone. Do whatever you need to do. Let's be back here by 2:20. Okay, so by 2:20, we're going to keep this going. And I apologize. I'm very much a death march person. So if it were up to me, I would just stay glued to this for the 4 straight hours. I actually intended to give you a break much sooner than 2 hours and 15 minutes into it. If I do this again, let me know at about 3:15 if we need another 5-minute break. But let's take a 5-minute break now. I'll see you at 2:20. I'm gonna go get some water and then we'll keep back at this. All right. 220. Some folks are probably still getting back, so I'll give it a second here. But look, congratulate yourselves. I know that it's kind of painful to get to this point. I know that it's frustrating and it can be difficult to try and do something that is highly technical, that is, it's not in our tool set, right? It's not in our toolkit. Most of us aren't web designers. Most of us aren't IT people. None of this stuff has anything to do with being a good lawyer. So give yourselves a little pat on the back for making it through this. I promise you that is that's the hardest part of what we're doing today. So you're doing great. The rest of this should be theoretically all downhill. And this is a big change from how it has been in the past, because this is where things used to start getting more complicated the way that we did this in the past. So if you can imagine this getting worse and more technical, that was the old approach. Hopefully this should get easier and more fun from here on out today. All right. So what we have done to just kind of come back to where we were is we have finished purchasing a domain on Porkbun. We have set up Cloudflare and have a basic working understanding of CDNs. Again, all you really need to know about the CDN and the Cloudflare and the Porkbun is that Porkbun is where your domain exists. Cloudflare is where your DNS settings exist. And Cloudflare is going to be good for speeding up your website and making it more secure. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to move on to actually generating a template for your website and then dropping in content and getting it all ready to publish. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want you to go to a website called Mixo, and I will copy paste this into the, I'll copy paste this into the chat for everyone. So go to this website and create for yourself a login.
Joshua, can we close out of Porkbun and the Cloudflare, or do we still need those open?
Yes, you can. You can close out of them.
Okay, thanks.
However, I would recommend put a note for yourself somewhere and just note down those websites and the fact that you have logins on those websites. I promise in like 3-4 weeks, you're going to be like, what were those places that we just were on? So make yourself a note somewhere that you can find it again. And so that you know that it's Porkbun is where your domain is and Cloudflare is where your DNS settings are. All right. Kevin, can I volunteer you again to be our screen share person for this next part? Okay, Kevin is being very gracious today, so thank you, Kevin, for this. I'm going to stop sharing. This is going to be easier if we do it from the perspective of somebody who hasn't started this process before. So if you have just set up your login, you should be at a screen like what Kevin is currently seeing. So you want to create your account. Kevin is using his Google, which is a fine idea. Okay, and then it's going to ask you, what is your startup idea? Okay, and so what I want you to do is I want you to go to, this is where we're going to start using that form. Okay, so we're going to start using the Google Forms that you all filled out. And do y'all have a way to get to, I don't actually know, do y'all have a way to get to your own responses on that Google form or no? No? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I am going to share with you all a spreadsheet. There shouldn't be any information on here that is confidential. So I'm going to share the spreadsheet that has everything on it. And then that way you can find your line and you can edit this and draw from this however you want. Okay. So anyone with a link. And I'll make it so that it's viewable but not editable. Okay. So I just shared this into the chat. Let me really quickly show you on my screen what you should be looking for. So you should be able to see a screen like this. I know my resolution is going to look totally different from yours. I know some of y'all have some smaller resolutions, but essentially what you should look for is look for your name. So Evan is going to find his name right on the list. And then you can really ignore all of these other ones, right? These are all the people that submitted their information, but you're only worried about your line on this spreadsheet. And so all of these different sections, you see how there's a lot of typing here, but it's not showing everything for me. So what I can do is I can go up here and I can double click that line. I'm going to do it a bunch of times so people can see this, right? I can double click this and I can make this show me each section, okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do word wrap, and maybe I can help you all with this. And let's see, yeah, text. Okay, so now if I go to, let's find Kevin, I can go and one question at a time, I can see, okay, what's your firm's slogan, main value proposition? Kevin put in disability, LGBTQ advocacy, disabled by advocate, okay? What is your law of focus? All right, he's put it in here, okay? Is everyone seeing what is the way you can find most conventional? Okay, what is the second most? So the idea is that you have already put in all of the work to think through the sections as we're going to need them in the rest of today's exercise. So you don't have to stick to this, right? You don't have to use it exactly the way that you put it in, but hopefully you've already done a lot of the work already. So go through.
Excuse me,
Find
Joshua.
your name.
Is this a dynamic share? I don't know if my screen, my copy of the file seemed like it changed when you made changes on yours. Should it have?
So all of you should be able to view but not edit this file.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
So is everyone able to see it in the same format as what I'm looking at? Essentially, okay. Lauren is nodding yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you should be able to go in, and I don't know, this one's kind of obnoxious. Let me see if I can get this resized here. Hold on. I did this before the word wrap was on, and now it's made this really unwieldy. All right, let's try and make this a little bit better format for everyone. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do a little bit of formatting here to hopefully make this a little easier for everyone to use. Okay. All right, this should be hopefully a little bit easier. I know that if you're on a smaller screen, this is going to be somewhat of a nuisance to go through. If you're struggling with this, let me know, and I can maybe create a file that's just your name. But you should essentially be able to find your name, and then as you scroll through, you can get all of your info here. And hopefully you have already done most of the hard work. Okay. Let me see if I can format this a little bit better. Sorry. These are the pains of doing something live for the first time that you've ever used this particular method. So you're seeing how the sausage is getting made, right? Let's see. Gosh, this is so big. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this like way smaller for a second. Some of these are really, really, really big sections, but that's good. It's not a problem. I will also share, I think I can also generate a like PDF format. So let's see, that might also be more helpful. Oh, this looks way more helpful. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. And this way, maybe this will save some of the difficulty of this. Okay. I'm sending this PDF into the chat as well. As soon as it finishes being created. Let's see, did that something happened weird on my side? Oh, it's downloading. Okay. I need to give it a second here. All right, this is gonna be a much better way to work through this. Okay, I am uploading the PDF to the chat, and you should be able to see your own answers as kind of section by section. So you might have to scroll through it. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so this is gonna go, I believe, in order of responses. So you'll see the first one is Natasha, and it's going to have Natasha's answers, right? But if you keep scrolling down, you'll get another entry. So the next one is Damani. Keep scrolling down. You're going to get to Monica. Okay, so essentially you can, control find your name and find yourself in the document, and then you should have easy access to all of the answers that you gave. Or if you can't figure out how to do that, just keep scrolling down until you find your name and the answers that you previously gave on your form. Does anybody have any questions about this? I think this will be easier for most people to work with the PDF rather than the Excel spreadsheet. But you're welcome to do this however you want. And I'll give everyone a minute to get this downloaded and find their names and all that. But you should be able to get to a point where you can see what you have previously put in here before. I guess the only downside of this is I don't know if you'll be able to copy paste from this. So it's kind of a rough thing either way. I guess the advantage of the spreadsheet is you can copy paste directly out of it, whereas on the PDF you can't copy paste. But we will figure it out either way. All right. Kevin, can we please go back to your main screen? Okay, so to start generating your website, I want you to, and you can either go off of the spreadsheet. Kevin has put in his like main description thing, but you'll notice that you probably want to add a little bit of additional context to this. And so Kevin probably wants to mention that this is a law firm, right? And so Kevin can do this however, and I promise this isn't going to matter too much. This is just going to get you started. Don't overthink this, but essentially try and put in a basic description of your law firm. So Kevin has put in, this is the name of his firm. These are the main descriptions of what he does and kind of how he characterizes his firm. And once you get something, it only needs to be a sentence or so. All right. So I promise you don't need to overthink this. Once you get done with this, then hit generate site. And it's going to start doing some, well, it's really doing less than what this, I think, makes it seem like. But it's cool. It gives you a little progress thing. Did anybody get stuck on this step? Was everybody able to put in like a one sentence? And this says, we couldn't understand the description you provided. Would you try a more detail? And so Kevin might put in something like, a law firm that specializes in, I don't know, and then put something just more generic. I don't know. You could do something as simple as, a law firm doing employment disability. Yeah, perfect. So Kevin made it just even more generic. The important thing is, this doesn't matter too much. You could put in almost anything here, and it's just to get you to the next screen where we're going to customize all this stuff anyway. So don't overthink this too much. You don't have to have a perfect description. If it rejects your description, that's okay. Not a big deal. Just give it some description so that we can get into the next part. All right. What you should end up with is something that looks approximately like this. Okay. And so using Kevin's description, it has tried to come up with a website that fits the description that Kevin gave it. Okay, so it came up with this logo, it came up with the name Rights Protect, it came up with slogans, it came up with all this imagery and all this other stuff, right? Now, you could just hit save and call this a day. But what we are going to do is we are going to use the answers that you filled out in that form to customize and populate the details of this website. Okay, so we're going to take this from what the AI suggests and transform this into something that is customized to you and your law firm. All right, so once you get to this screen, you want to click Save and Customize. And so there's a big button there, Save and Customize. Click that button. It's going to ask you if you're ready to publish your website. I believe you can skip this. So, all right, I want to be slow here. I want to make sure everyone sees this. There are the two plans, but for now, I want you to skip down and click Continue with just the free plan. Okay, it may look a little bit different on your website or on your screen, but you're going to skip paying for this and you're just going to go with the free plan. Okay. Anybody getting lost or getting stuck at this point? You should end up with something that looks like what Kevin currently sees on his screen.
Yes, I have that. So we don't need to be on that pop-up screen with the pricing. That was just something to disregard that.
Yeah, you can continue with the free plan. You do not need to pay for it yet. And the reason why is because, and the reason why I'm not having you put in that payment information right now is because if you get done with this and then you just decide you want to eject and you want to abandon this entirely, then you'll have made that choice before you've gotten on their subscription plan. There's no harm in doing this and doing the payment last. So we're going to do the payment last. But what you should end up with is you should end up with a website that looks like what Kevin's screen currently looks like, where it has generated something for you. It may not match
Yes.
your actual law firm, but it should have something that looks very similar.
Yeah, so yeah, they were saying because of there's facts of the case that they were denying the claim because of what accident occurred also.
There we go. Okay. All right. I am going to now, and Kevin, thank you so much for being a wonderful aid with demonstrating. I'm now going to switch to sharing mine, and we will go back to Kevin as needed potentially. But okay. So I'm going to share my screen. I have generated up a similar thing. Oops, I want to edit this. You can ignore what I'm doing right now. I'm just going to get back to a screen that's similar to your screen. Okay, so here is the generated version that I have. Okay, and so you can see mine says Law Pro, and it has, you know, essentially these are all going to look the same, right? It's one template, and they're using AI to fill in, you know, what pictures they think you need and what words they think you need, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is we're going to go section by section, and I'm going to help you drop in your content and populate this and customize it to your law firm. Okay, so is anybody not seeing a view that is similar to the view that I am currently looking at? So I don't want people to get left behind at this point. Everybody able to get to basically the same type view? Okay. So the first thing, so you should have this toolbar here on the left side of your screen where it says settings, and it has a bunch of different options. And I know that this may look a little different depending on the screen size that you're working with, but on the left side, you should basically have all these different options. By default, it is going to have different content sections. All right, so there's a hero bar. The hero just means this top part of any website. It's always going to be called the hero bar. And then they have different common sections that most websites are going to want to have. Okay, so it has features, testimonials, FAQ, call to action, note, and footer. And you can customize all of these different sections, and we can make it look exactly how we want. So we're going to go through this kind of one thing at a time, and we're going to customize this stuff. So the first thing is, if you click on these right under settings, it says site. You want to click on this drop down, and I will do that for you now. And that's going to show you your site logo, your logo size, your primary and secondary colors, your SEO title, and your SEO description. Okay. All right. So if you have a logo, this is a great moment to go and put in your own logo. Okay. So you would just, if you have a logo for your law firm, you would click on, I'm going to do it real slow. I'm going to do it a couple times. You click on this image, and then you can upload your logo. So this is customized to your law firm. Okay. And I will, let's see if I can do TOJI. I'll put in the TOJI logo. Okay. So once you have added your own logo, you should see that logo replace the one that was there before. If you do not have a logo, you can either stay with the logo that was suggested by the AI, or you can click the button to remove the logo so that you don't have a graphical logo at all. And that's going to be okay. All right. Now, at this point, we get to make one of our first big design decisions. Okay, so exciting, fun, not technical, creative exercise. What is your primary color going to be, and what is your secondary color going to be? All right, So you click on primary color, there's a slider, you can change the color here, and then you can change the hue and the tint by dragging this around in here, okay? And as you are doing this, you can see in the preview, things are changing, right? I have a green button right now. If I change this over, I can make it a blue button. I can make it a purple button. I can make it a red button, all right? Now, as I've told you before, you are using your design choices to tell a story about yourself, okay? I know this is, for some people, going to stretch your brains a little bit, but if you try and imagine yourself as a color, your law firm as a color, what color would that be? You know, a lot of attorneys have historically picked very muted, dark earth colors. So they would use like, they would go over here and they would give themselves like a dark brown color, right? That would be a very traditional color for attorneys, but you don't have to do that. You know, if you want this, you know, this is kind of a modern looking website. If you want to pick a bright color, like I really like this really bright blue, you can totally do that. All right, there's no rules here. You can use either one. Just keep in mind that more traditional, more like design choices that lawyers have stuck to through most of the time that there have been websites tends to be earthy colors, dark browns, dark greens, dark blue, and grays. Those tend to be the colors that attorneys have favored. If you want to do something more modern and a little bit more funky, you can maybe pick a brighter color. For your secondary color, the typical thing is that you want to have something, believe it or not, that is even lighter than your primary color. So my primary color, I started out with a very bright blue. I might actually want to darken that up a little bit so that my secondary color will make it a light blue, complements it. Okay, so you see if on my live preview, the dark color is the primary, and then when I hover over the button, it turns to my lighter secondary color. And you don't have to do it this way. This is just kind of the common convention. So common convention is pick a slightly darker primary color and then pick a secondary color that is lighter. It also doesn't have to be the same color. I've done 2 shades of blue, and that will look really nice if you do that. But you could also do something different, right? I could make this like a nice orange color, right? And that can also look good. So there's a lot of different choices that you can make here, but play around with that, see what you like. This SEO title, this is going to be what shows up in Google when somebody searches for your website. This will be the title that shows up in Google. So what I want you to do is you want to have the left side of this bar be your law firm. So I would do, the law offices of Joshua Weaver or the Weaver Law Firm or whatever your firm name is. That should be the left side. And then there should be this little, I forget what that character is called, but the little horizontal bar. And then on the right side, this should be in only a few words, your slogan or your primary value proposition, the type of law that you work in. But whatever you put here, you just have to keep in mind, this is what's going to show up on Google. Okay, so if I were, Central Texas Med Mal attorney, I would put that on this side right here. Okay, whatever you think, and really the way to think about this is because there are several things that you could put here. You want to think of if you can condense everything about your firm that is important for somebody to know down into just a couple words, that's basically what you want on the other side of this, okay? So whatever the most, and so in the spreadsheet that we had you go through, one of the questions was, what is your firm's slogan or main value proposition, all right? And a lot of you did stuff that was pretty close to something that you could just copy paste over. All right. Rights and justice for all is Larry's. And I'm going to use Larry as a great example. Larry could just straight up copy paste that and he could put it into here And Larry has a great little bit right here. All right, so that's all. He doesn't need to do any additional work. Now he could change it to something else if he wants, but that's right on the mark. The thing that you're going for is you want to keep this to only a few words, and you want to make it be basically the simplest, most concise version of what your law firm is about and what somebody else wants to know about you. Okay, then you're going to go into the description, and this is what will show up in Google underneath the title for your website. So if I go to google.com and I search for law firm, okay, when we're talking about this, it is going to show you this is the title. Okay, so right here it says Austin, Texas attorneys, and then it has the bar. It says law firms in Austin. That's this section that you're typing in. And then this section, this section right here on Google, I know my Google may look different because I have the dark background, but this is just a normal Google page. This section that I have highlighted right here, that's what you're typing in right in this SEO description box, okay? Here, now I am going to just tell you what to put in here, and I'm skipping over a lot of like explaining the why, but what you want to put into your SEO description is you want to tell people where you practice. You want to tell them what kind of law you practice. You want to tell them if you offer free consultations, you want to mention that you have free consultations. If you don't have free consultations, just leave that part out entirely. You want to tell them your availability. So if you're open, 9 to 5 by appointment, then you want to put that in there. Okay. It should basically, this should be a very, very, very tight, very, very, as simple as you can possibly make it, explanation of what your law firm does, where it's located, whether or not you have free consultations, and when you're open. That's essentially what goes in here. And if you want to drop in that more expanded version of your slogan or value proposition, this is a great place to do it. Okay, so let's see. Let me see a really good one. Okay, DeMoney. I'm going to use his as an example. I love this, man. This is great stuff. Okay, so his says, "Trust us for justice, small firm with a large heart." That's amazing. I mean, that's really good stuff. I would reformat this just a little bit, but he's already most of the way there. So I would say, "Trust us for justice." I would say a small firm with a large heart. And then I would add those other details, right? Free consultations. And I'm not saying that DeMoney necessarily does this. I'm just showing you an example of what this would look like. Open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Appointment, consultations by appointment only. Contact us today for a free consultation. All right, so you can see I ran out of space. So at the point where I can't type anymore, that's because Google will only display up to a maximum number of characters. Okay, so you got to figure out what your most important message is for people to look at and fit it into that number of characters. And it's okay to abbreviate things. So like I put in appointment and I spelled that out. I could just do something like that, appointment only, right? That's totally okay. You can do that. Another thing that's common to put in here is you can put in a phone number. If you want to put in a phone number, you could drop in a phone number here. Not necessary, but not a bad idea either. Okay. Okay. And then you can leave this the way that it is for now. This is not going to necessarily match what you're going to end up with, but you can leave this the way it is for now. All right. is everyone been able to follow along with the adding your own logo or removing the logo, adding your SEO title, adding your SEO description? This does not have to be perfect today. The more important thing, we're not aiming for perfection. We're just aiming for understanding how to change this stuff as needed. All right. Once you have got to that point, you can take this drop down and you can minimize it again. So I'm just clicking on this top thing where it says site. That'll minimize that section. And then we're going to go down and we're going to go to the hero section. Okay, so we want to expand the hero section. Okay. Yeah.
Before you, going back to that first category, just at the last little thing, it said site social image. What is that?
So this is so what this image is this can get picked up as a preview of your website on things like Google or social media or other places where somebody shares your URL. So if you were to take your website and post it onto Facebook, it's going to look for a snapshot of your website. And this social image that's here is going to be the thing that shows up in that snapshot. Now, we're just not going to worry about this for the moment. And so I think, let me do a little test here. I don't know if this will generate or not after I publish this. Let me just try and see. It's working, it's working, it's working. Let's see if that automatically updates. Okay, it does not automatically update. So what you could do is, if you don't like whatever the slogan they automatically generated for you was, just click this and hit remove. And you can just delete that social site preview.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. And we'll talk about an easy way to fix that later on. So we'll circle back to that. Okay. From the hero bar, the first things that you're going to see are, you're going to see a headline, and you're going to see a subtitle, and you're going to see helper text. Okay. Now, yours may look different from mine. That's okay. You may have a primary button. You may not have a primary button. You may have a sign up form. You may not have a sign up form. That's okay. We're going to go through this one thing at a time, and we're going to walk through it. Okay. So the first thing to understand, just generally speaking, about websites and website design as it pertains to this, is that when people's eyes look at a website, they tend to follow a very repetitive pattern. And the pattern looks like a capital F, essentially, and then a capital F with like some little tails down here. Okay, so people start here and they scan left to right. Although, interestingly, if your native language is not left to right language, people will go the opposite direction. So if you speak like Arabic, people scan naturally from right to left, which is kind of cool. And then the next thing that they do after they scan left to right is they go down and they scan left to right again, but in a shorter distance. And then they go down and then they read left to right throughout the rest of the website. Why is this theory important? Well, because it means that the very most important thing that you want to say, the very most important message that you want for your person to understand, is going to be in that capital part of the F. It's the part of the bar that is here. And the way that that translates onto the website design is, it is this headline. Okay, so for this headline, and then also for this corresponding image, this is the most critical part of your design decisions for what you are trying, what is the message, what's the story that you're trying to communicate to your potential new clients, okay? So in this form that I had you all fill out, I asked you, what is your firm's slogan or main value proposition? And succinctly stated, what are the main areas of law that you focus in? what is the first most important message to convey to your potential new clients? Okay, all three of these questions are designed to get your brain going and think about in order of hierarchy from most visible to second most visible to third most visible, what are the things that I'm trying to explain to my customers? Okay, and I have given the TOJI folks the example of this law firm that is my favorite little law firm for showing a very good demonstration of this. Okay, this law firm, they said the very most important thing for people to know is an insurance company denying your claim? We can help you. Okay, that's their most important message. Their second most important message is free consultations, pay nothing unless we win, millions rediscovered. Okay, and then they don't have a third one. The next thing is the call to action. So what I want you to drop in to yours is the very most important message that you have, put that in the title. Then the second most thing should be expanding on that, put it there. And then you can choose to have helper text or you can have no helper text. It depends on if you need to have more or not. I'm going to take from your examples and I'm going to use examples in here. Okay, so secure your legacy. Now is the time to plan. Excellent. This is very, very good because I understand immediately this is the most important thing that this law firm needs me to know. Okay. Now, if I switch over here under this question, what is the most important message to convey to clients? I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it in here. Everyone needs an estate plan, and it's easier to plan and make decisions when you're not in crisis mode. Beautiful. Beautifully done. This is excellent. So I have the most important thing. This is like the catch your attention, explain who I am, draw you in. Then I have something that continues to add to that, right? Everyone needs an estate plan. It's easier to make decisions when you're not in crisis mode. Perfect. Depending on your law firm, the helper text could be a section where you add to this. And so, I really like the way that they did it over here. Not that this will necessarily apply to everyone, but free consultations available by appointment. English and Spanish, right? I mean, you can add, you can see how you can use this little section here to just address the general anxieties that people have about contacting an attorney. To say it again, I know I've said it a million times, but the general anxieties that people have concerns about are money. How quickly will somebody be able to talk to me and help me, right? And then just like making yourself a little bit less scary as an attorney. So if you're going to use the helper text, I would try and use that space to accomplish some preemptive anxiety reduction. But you don't necessarily need it, all right? The most important thing is get your slogan here, get your main point across here, and then have a slightly longer sentence or two that adds to that. And then you're going to have some options. And so there's going to be a call to action button, or there is going to be a sign up form. Okay, so you can use either one of these. I think, honestly, I probably prefer the sign up form because basically what we're trying to do is, let me take that back. I want to take that back. I think there's two main ways you can go with this. So I'll explain the two main ways. The one way is you can use this website just to collect emails. And so essentially the whole point of the website is a person enters their email and then you're going to get a notification that you have a new person connecting to you. And then you're going to reach out to them and schedule a consultation. The other way that you could use this website is you can direct people to your calendar or to your, screening questionnaire. And so I use a program called Use Motion, but you could, if you have a Calendly, for example, I know lots and lots of people like Calendly. Calendly would be a good a good option here. But let me show you how that would look. So if I need to go over and find my link here, but okay, so for me on my calendar, I have created a schedule of times when I'm available. And if you're used to Calendly, it looks very similar to this, right? I can send people to this URL and they can pick a time and they can put in their name, their email, and anything else they'd like to do. And then they press schedule, and then this puts themselves onto my schedule. Okay, so if you're not going to go the route of just collecting their email and then reaching out to them, I think another very effective use of this space would be take your, set up, if you don't have it already, set up a calendar and either do it in Calendly. I'll copy paste this. Nope. Here are two options for calendars. I have a preference for use motion because it does some other stuff that I think is really valuable, but these are two options. There are a million other options that you can have. And so, you could set this, essentially you configure this link to point to whatever your calendar is. So here's mine. And so I would probably say something like, if I do offer free consultations, I would definitely mention that every time I do the call for action. If you don't do free consultations, just drop the word free out of it. But you want to have some variation of schedule a consultation, schedule a free consultation, that sort of thing. And then, so the way that I've configured this, if it's set up like this, when people click this, it will take them straight over and they can just schedule a consultation right away. All right. In doing that, you are making sure that people that are interested in your services have as little friction as possible to get from your website to being in a consultation from you. Now, the other approach to this is you can hide the call to action button and you can do the sign up form. And then what'll happen is you'll just get notifications from Mixo and they'll tell you when people are putting in their email address. And then at that point, you're going to have to go through, you're going to have to check this, and every time you check it, you have to reach out to people that are sending you their email address. There are some pros and cons to either approach, but I think if it were me, I would do the consultation. I would do the consultation button. It's also worth mentioning that this could, instead of going directly to your calendar, you could also set this to be a screening questionnaire. So if you go to type form, and I will paste this. I know I'm covering a lot of stuff here, but if you go to type form, you can set yourself up a form. And then this is where you can set up your screening questionnaire. And essentially what this would allow you to do, it's a little more sophisticated, but what it would allow you to do is screen out people who aren't a good fit for you. Okay. So there's simple logic to this, and in the background, you can have it. Let's see if I don't know if I can get this logged in. I forget what my login was. It's been so long.
Joshua, while you're logging in, so the screening form that you're showing now can replace the sign up form. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this would be, okay. I think at a base level, you want this, like the simplest possible version of this is you set them to your calendar. Right. If you wanted to do something slightly more advanced, I would set up a type form. And the way that type form works is you can, I'm not going to do a whole tutorial on type form, but essentially each question, you have the opportunity where if they say no, you can send them into either, you can either say, sorry, it doesn't seem like you're a good fit for the firm, or you can ask them a different set of questions. And so, and then ideally the end result, you see how I have some logic in this one? Ideally, the end result would then be for you, once you get through all the questions, this is the TOJI application. Once you get through all the questions, then on the last one in type form, what you would do is you would then direct them to schedule that consultation. So in other words, if they've met all of the logic that you've programmed in along the way for all the screening questions, then if they successfully answer all those questions, the last thing they do is they get prompted to schedule that consultation.
Right. So I understand that. What I'm trying to understand, and again, I can't, it's my fault for I didn't have my double monitor set up. So I'm going to own all of this today. What I'm trying to understand is understand what you just showed me. But if you wanted to link it to the site, are we replacing the CTA button? Or so it's still a call to action button, but the link is what we just saw, the questions and things like that. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. So the way that so the way that it'll work is where you have the CTA button visible, you type in whatever you want it to say, and then this link here would either be the link that goes straight to your calendar, or it would be the link that goes to your Typeform. And so Typeform has an option where you can use Typeform as a standalone link. So here's the one for the TOJI one. So here's what it would look like. If I had this pointed to the TOJI application, then somebody could click this button, and instead of seeing my calendar, they would see
that.
They would see this, right?
I got it. Okay, thank you. The button link box. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Joshua,
Good questions. Good questions. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
What is the name of that field? It's like real small font for me. The one where you're showing us the option for the type of the calendar. I think it's the one above that one. I don't see it on my web page.
So there's so under the spot where you can do title and subtitle and helper text, there's a couple of options. One of them is primary button, and that's where you can show the CTA button. The other option is sign up form, and that's where you could collect their email. And so what I'm saying is you need to choose either between collecting people's emails or having a call to action. And I would give preference personally to the call to action button. So you want to make sure the call to action button is visible, and you got to click that. If you click that button, then you should see a button that appears. And then I would make if you're going that direction, I would turn off the email. You don't want to end up in a situation where you have two call to actions right next to each other.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I did not have that expanded also.
Okay, yeah. Yep. So then I would drop in the link to your calendar, or I would drop in the link to a Typeform. And if you don't have those things set up today, that's okay. But just make a mental note that you're going to need to set up a calendar for your consultations or a screening form in the future. Okay. If you don't have a link that you can send people to set up a consultation, then I think then you either need to plan to do that and then go back and edit this link later, or start off with this website with just collecting emails, because you don't have to do any additional steps if you go the route of just collecting emails. Okay. All right. The next thing that you're going to be able to do is you're going to want to customize the image that appears in what is called your hero bar, which is this big section at the top. And as I have explained with your words that you're putting here and your call to action, this is one of the most important and visual, this is the most important visual part, arguably, of the entire website. Okay, so you are going to want to pick something visual that fits with the story that you are trying to tell about your website. How do you do that? Well, you can, if you click the image button, it will come up with a prompt, and you can either upload your own image, or you can search the Unsplash library. So if I click right here, there's upload image. If I click Unsplash, then I can go in here and click I can type in a search term. Now, folks in TOJI probably already know, but Unsplash is a free stock photo website, and there are no royalties that you have to pay and no copyright restrictions on anything that you find through this website. So, you can go in here and I may, let's say I do, family law. I might want to type in mom and daughter, right? Or I might want to type in parent, right? And pick something out. But essentially, I'm wanting to make a visual choice that communicates and supports this statement here. Okay, so secure your legacy. Now is the time to plan. All right, let's go with that and let's see what I can do. Unsplash. I want to search financial. Okay, look at this. Ta-da! We have an image that supports secure your legacy. Now is the time to plan, right? What is it? It is a metaphor of a tree growing out of a pile of pennies. Okay, it's a little cliche. It's a little cliche, but you get the idea, right? The important concept here is that this is the picture, this is the image that people are most going to notice on your website. So you want to really make sure that you use this screen real estate to show the most important visual element of the story that you're trying to tell. This would also be an excellent place for you potentially to put a headshot, because this would be a spot where people can start recognizing you and understanding like what you look like and forming that human to human connection between themselves, the potential client, and yourself. But you don't necessarily have to do that, because we're probably going to put in a section later on that's going to also do some of that. So yeah, so either make this related to your practice and the story that you're telling, or make this a headshot. Okay. I'm going quickly, but you're going to have, this is going to be so easy for you to edit that you're going to be able to do some of this on your own time later. So that's okay. All right. For ratings, right under this, you have the ability to toggle on and off ratings. Why would you want to toggle on ratings? I want you all to toggle this on. 100% of people should have this turned on. Why do you want this? Because this goes to social proof. People are more likely to hire you if they what? If they know, like, and trust you. The trust part of this is why you would want to show this ratings. Now, ethically speaking, the rules are going to be slightly different from state to state, but the main point, the main guiding principle here is you cannot mislead the public, okay? Now, if you have at least one person that is willing to give you a 5-star review, a colleague, a former client, anybody, then I don't think that it is misleading to put a 5-star here. All right. So I think all of you, I mean, you don't want to go like 2-star or 3-star. I would just put 5 stars, right? It's a no-brainer. Okay. Then your information here, you can customize this to however you want, right? This can say pay nothing unless I win. If you're doing things on contingency fee, right? It could say, number of happy customers, right? I mean, this can really like, it's going to be very different from person to person, but the idea here is that you are giving them social proof. You are assuring them that you know what you're doing, right? If you have settled a big case, right? You can put, I mean, the Serrano website, I love their example. Free consultation, pay nothing unless we win, millions recovered, right? 5 stars. You could use this, free consultations, pay nothing unless we win, right? I mean, this is really just social proof to try and help send them over the top and get them so that they have less anxiety about working with you. All right. If you have a review, then even if it's just one review, click show review, and in the review spot, you can paste in the review that somebody gave you, okay? I think some people did have some reviews. There you go, Chelsea. Great job, Chelsea. Okay. And then, okay. Chelsea did an amazing job representing me. She went the extra mile, blah, blah, blah. This is great stuff, okay? You do not, there are a couple things to know about testimonials and lawyers, okay? You do not want to mislead the public, so don't make up a review. However, you can edit your reviews, okay? So this review is quite long. I might trim this down. Let's see. I might trim this down. I might not. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about this one. But it would not be unethical for you to go in and trim it down to something like this, okay? If I went in and I changed it to be a little more short and sweet, there's nothing unethical about that, as long as I'm not changing the substance of what the review says, right? I don't want to mislead the public, but it's not misleading to chop it down to the best part of the review, okay? When it comes to names, you do not need to use the specific name of the person. And there are lots of areas of law where somebody does not want you to use their full name. So there are many solutions to that. You can have a first name, last initial is one solution for that. You can make up a pseudonym. You can totally make this up. Tom F, right? It does not have to be the person's real name because there are genuine privacy concerns involved. Again, the guiding principle is you are not misleading the public, okay? So it's okay, you know, you don't want to do, what would not be okay? President Bill Clinton, right? If Bill Clinton's not your former client, that would be misleading, right? So don't mislead the public. But if Bill Clinton was a client and he didn't want people to know, this could definitely just be Bill C, right? Okay, that's totally fine. Everyone understand the distinction there? All right, the same thing is true of your imagery here. You do not want this to be misleading, but you can, you know, I mean, if you think about it, people tend to like to have faces connected to reviews. It's nice to have a face here. Don't use probably the face of your actual client, but you could go in there and you could find somebody, you know, you could find somebody that is representative of what your client, you know, of your client, and you can plug it in there, okay? That is not going to be a problem as long as you're not doing it in a misleading manner. So pick somebody that's, you know, generally representative of the client that gave you the review. But this is a thing that trips up a lot of attorneys, is like, how do I deal with these privacy confidentiality concerns? And the answer is you can anonymize the review. You just can't do it in a misleading manner, okay? If you don't have any reviews, that's okay. You can hide this section and make it your goal to get a review. Go get a positive review from somebody, all right? Okay. Everybody sticking with me generally so far? You may not be moving as quickly as me, and that's okay, but I just want to make sure that you're generally understanding how to get in there and edit this stuff. All right. That does it for this whole hero bar section. So if you have gone through these steps, you should have your logo. And I know this part, by the way, I know this is going to be not correct right now. That's okay. We can fix this here in a bit. But you should have your logo and name, or no logo and a name. You should have your image, your most important words that you want to say, your second most important message, your call to action, your social proof, and you should have imagery that is supporting all of this other stuff. Claudia asked, can the site be published in 2 languages? I don't believe that this website does that. However, this website should be compatible with Google Translate. And so what should happen is if somebody is connecting from a computer where their language settings are on Spanish or some other language, this website should allow for Google to have that little pop-up at the top that says, do you want to translate this website? And then it should automatically translate this over into whatever the foreign language is. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Okay, Kevin had a question.
Yeah, I was just noting this is around an hour since you had mentioned wanting a reminder about break.
Okay. Let's have another 5-minute break. Thank you, Kevin. Let's come back at 3:30, and then it's the home stretch. We'll have 30 minutes with each other, and we will try and knock the rest of this out. Okay, so I will see everyone at 3:30. Kevin, thank you for reminding me.
Kevin, I'm sorry, Joshua. This is Tracy. Do you have a second, or do I need to honor the break?
I'm fine. I'm a death
I
march
just had
person.
no, this is great. I just have a quick question. Since we and I don't know the right language, but is it possible to have different websites or to do this another time? I mean, another version of this and send it to the same email address?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So if this website that we are currently doing, one of the limitations is that in its current form, it will only have one page.
That's fine. Yeah, right. We
But
talked
if,
about that.
but if you wanted to make like 2 or 3 different websites that were all on, similar topics or different areas of law or whatever, then yes, you absolutely could send it all to one email address.
Okay, then let me ask you one more question. Since it's we're incubators, blah 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 blah, and we don't necessarily want to drive ourselves crazy, but I also know I'm working in 2 different areas, right? One is the employment law that someone has said, "Would you please put something up so I can network for you?"
Yeah.
And then the other one is around, I call it the orphan adults. I don't like that word, but that's who we are. For estate planning and things like that, right? So that's 2 different spaces. So I know I'm going to need 2 things. Do you recommend toggling 2 different emails, or like the HR one is more, I'm just going to say it for right now, the bread and butter, because I know I can get bigger and I'm a BF counsel. But the estate planning for us adult orphans, that's the one I know that's really more of me, Tracy, the firm, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The way that I would handle that right now, and this may be, as I mentioned, this is a website you expect to outgrow. So in the future, this probably looks like all one thing, but what I would focus on is I would create 2 versions of these websites.
Okay.
I would have one website that is focused to the one area of practice, and I would have one website that's focused to the other, but I would make mention of the fact that you have the other area on each website. So in other words, the main messaging on the one is very consistent all the way through, but you also mention, oh, by the way, I also do this other thing, and then you can link over to the other version of the website.
Okay.
Following? Yeah.
Absolutely. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
And then, and then, like I said, this will get you going, this will get you started. But honestly, I've told a lot of attorneys this, and I feel like people almost like don't believe me when I say this. It's in many ways, there are a lot of advantages to having, this would be called, the industry term for it would be a microsite.
Yeah.
There are some real advantages to having a microsite that is only dedicated to one single topic. And so I think you might actually, there's a real possibility that you end up actually with better traffic and better results from maintaining the two websites over the one, even though that's not conventionally been the way that people have done it.
No, I don't need convention right now. I think I'm trying to force myself back in a box and it's driving me a little batty right now. Okay, I can handle the sites. I get it. And thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right.
Great question. Very good question.
Joshua, can you if you had to hire somebody to do something like this, like how much do you think that would cost?
So if you were hiring somebody to create this exact, like something comparable to this website,
mm-hmm.
Is that the question? Costs are going to vary a lot. I think typically speaking, people are going to try and charge you somewhere in the range of $2,000 to $3,000. But
really? Okay.
Yeah. But there are always exceptions. I mean, if you look hard enough, you might find people that will do it for less than $1,000. I think you would have a really hard time finding somebody that would do it for less than $500. Typically speaking, you're going to end up in that, $2,000 or $3,000 range.
And on this Mixo, can we actually customize the font and things like that, or is it just this general setup that they've given us where everything's been pre-selected so that it works together?
You're not going to be able to customize much of it when it comes to like font and stuff like that. There are a little bit of customization you can do in that you can change some of the colors, you can select your logo sizes, that kind of a thing. But then when it comes to like changing the size of this or, the color of this or stuff like that, there's not going to be any ability to customize that.
And is this considered a WordPress website, or is this in lieu of WordPress?
This is a stepping stone between you and a WordPress site later. So it's not built on WordPress, it's built on their own platform.
But this still allows you to work with some SEO features, or? Oh yeah,
100%.
Okay.
So I will, if we can, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get to it today, but for SEO, there's basically two main categories of consideration. Category one is, what do the words on the page say, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other category is the technical side. Does the site run quickly? Is it properly tagged? Does it have, all the little things done correctly following the best practices? Now, this website is going to ace the second part of that test. So from a technical perspective, they've done a very good job of setting this up so that it'll be extremely fast. It will have everything all set up the way that it should be. And so they've set you up so you don't really have to worry much about that at all. From a copy perspective and from thinking about the words, they've also done you a lot of favors because they've set this up as like, this is a heading 1 tag. This is a heading 2 tag. This is body tag. And so the literal way that they have designed this web page, it is encouraging you as much as they possibly can to put the actual words on the page in a way that is favorable to good SEO.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with just the very short description I put in there, how it was able to fill it out and articulate what I was trying to say very concisely. And it did a really good job, obviously.
Yeah. Well, and it'll get you part the way there. I mean, I feel like this is a fun thing about working with any AI generative stuff is that it may not be 100% exactly what you want, but it may be partway there. It's like I put in this demo one and I actually really like this imagery that it chose for this right here, and so maybe I keep that image. I kind of like some of these headings. Maybe I keep some of these headings. So yeah. I think I see Colin has a hand.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is there any point where you can, I guess, download the code files?
This website doesn't give you an option to export it. So in the style of like Wix, you are basically locked into their platform and their subscription model. It's not portable in the style of WordPress. Now, That said, that's what's supported through official channels. There are tools, and so there are tools where you can essentially scrape a website that exists on the internet and have that converted automatically into a WordPress theme. And then you can take that, set up a WordPress, and it will start out looking exactly the way that it looked like at this point, except for now you have the benefit of it being on WordPress and you can do all the WordPress things to it. And so although that is not supported by this website, it is a possibility in the future that if you really liked this but wanted to make it WordPress, you could do that.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that with some of the web design apps, and if there's just some stuff that they do not let you customize, you can take it somewhere and you can customize it, I guess.
Yeah, and that's more advanced than what we're going to get into today, but it's it's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility.
And Joshua, so I guess these sites will be hosted on Mixo, is that right? Or
that is correct, yes.
Okay, but then there's not going to be any type of tag like Wix does, right? Like slash.
No, there will not. Once you switch to paid, it'll get rid of all that.
And
all right. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, Larry, but we have 25 minutes. I got a lot to get through, so I'm going to try and zoom through some of this stuff, and then I will stay on after if people have additional questions. Okay. I think that hopefully everybody at this point has a basic understanding of how to edit this website. I am not going to go through every section. I'm just going to highlight some major things to understand. So as you move into the next section, after the hero bar, the next section is called the feature section. You can show or hide it. You want to make sure that you show it. And then they're going to have a number of features. And that is basically going to be this repeating pattern between having an image and having a blurb next to the image, okay? I want you to think about this section of your website. Does everybody remember, we have different age groups here, but does everybody remember basically at some point you were taught to do a 5-paragraph essay, right? And they were like, okay, you need your introduction, you need your 3 supporting paragraphs, and you need your concluding paragraph. On the website, that is what this section is. Okay, so your introduction to your website is this hero bar right here, right? If you were thinking about this in the form of an essay, this is your introductory section. This is your introductory paragraph. You're introducing the premise, you're introducing the theme, you're introducing, what this whole essay is about. As you move into the feature section and you have these different sections, they call it feature, feature. This is basically where you would put those supporting paragraphs if this were to be an essay. And so you want to highlight in this area the most compelling things about telling your story of who you are and what your law firm is about. I can't fill this in for you. This is something that you're going to have to think about yourself. But what I can tell you is after you've taken a stab at it, if you want to send it to me and have me take a look at it, I'm more than happy to take a review and let you know if you're on the right track or not. I also want to highlight, you can delete and add these sections. So it doesn't have to be, a conventional 3-paragraph essay if you're following my strained metaphor, right? You can just keep adding these things and you can have it be, you can have it say whatever you want, okay? So it's fairly customizable in terms of accommodating your content. You also don't have to include images, although I kind of like the nice back and forth image flow, right? So if I don't include an image, it's going to look like this. So, I like having an image. It makes it nice, but okay. You can also do some customization in terms of video. And so let's see, if you did record a video from YouTube, you can get the little ID and you can stick it in there. That's really nice. all the TOJI folks, we're going to force you to do this at some point in the near future. So you'll get this opportunity, but you know, you can make this picture, you can make this full width, you can do, you know, all kinds of different things. So I would encourage you, play around with this, you know, see what you can see how this looks, see, you know, all the different things that you can do with this. But the big picture idea is that you are using these feature sections to support the story that you're trying to tell as introduced at the beginning. And the story is the story of you and your law firm. Okay. All right. I'm going to let you do this on your own time, but pick images and, you know, this is essentially the introductory sentence of this paragraph, if you think about it like the essay. So this is the most important point condensed into a couple words. This is the supporting sentences condensed into a couple words, right? And everybody should be kind of familiar with how to do this. So I'll let you do that on your own time. All right. Once you get done with that, you're going to go down to the testimonial section. This is another opportunity to add a testimonial. I would highly encourage you find a review and put in a review. We talked about kind of the important thing here is you don't want this to be misleading, but I would fill this out as much as you can. Then there's an FAQ question. This is super important. You do want to make sure that you show the FAQ, and you can add and delete questions, right? How much does it cost? You know, you can put it in here, blah, 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 blah. Remember, again, the main anxieties that people have about contacting an attorney relate to money and time. So if you can give people, if you can preemptively put in questions as it relates to costs and questions about, you know, how available you are, how quickly they can expect you to return, you know, their calls, their emails, that sort of thing. You know, the more information you can give them about what the customer experience is going to be like as they engage with you, the better. Okay, so I would come up with minimum of 3 questions, but you could also expand this to be as many as maybe 8 or 9 questions before it starts to kind of lose its emphasis. If you get too many questions, you do get to the point where it's just kind of overwhelming and less helpful for people. But see if you can land somewhere in that like 3 to 10 question page, 3 to 10 question limit. Okay. Then you're going to have another call to action. Okay. It is great web practice to have more than one call to action. So we have a call to action at the top. We have another call to action down here. Okay. Excellent. So this is probably going to look something like schedule a free consultation. You can choose to hide the avatar images if you don't like the avatar images. You can choose again whether or not to make this link to your calendar or type form, or you can have this link to something that just collects their email addresses. This is totally up to you. We've talked about the pros and cons of kind of each ways of doing that. I'm going to minimize some of this stuff because it's really out of control. Okay. Then you get to the notes section. In the questionnaire that I gave you, I said, if you had the opportunity to give a heartfelt short speech about who you are and why you're passionate and all that stuff, this is where you put in that, okay? This is where you put that information in there. So you go to the notes section, you say,
oh, okay,
you know, my primary role is blah, 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 blah. And then you say, you know, a word from attorney Joshua Weaver or something like that. Or hello, you could do meet Joshua Weaver, right? You can call this all kinds of things, but the thing is you want to put your name in there. You want to say, you know, this is your like dear reader moment. This is your moment where you reach out to them and you empathetically share with them, you know, straight from the heart. Okay, so you put that in there. You can talk about your credentials. You can talk about why you do the type of law that you do. I had a person who was a good friend of mine. She actually became TYLA president a while back, a couple times ago. And I asked her when she was first getting started, why do you want to do family law? And she said, I was adopted. And going through that adoption process was such a life, important experience for me that it made me passionate about doing this in the future. I thought, man, you have just like the easiest go-to heartfelt speech for the rest of your career, right? Everybody can understand that. We may have to dig a little deeper depending on what kind of law we do and all that. But this is where you pull it all together. If you think about this in terms of that essay format of 5 paragraphs, you have introduction, supporting all this stuff, even here, the review, supporting FAQ, supporting, you get down to the note section, and this is your conclusion paragraph, right? Now, you're not literally concluding an essay, but it's, it's a strained metaphor, but the conclusion is you giving this heartfelt speech about, who you are and why you do the type of law that you do. And here's where, if you haven't done it before, you can upload a headshot. So let's see what that would look like here. Just going to choose somebody. Okay. We'll see what this looks like when I click through. All right. Does anybody at this point have any questions about how to go about navigating and editing the content of this website? Or does everyone basically understand the idea here, right? It should be, I've gone through a bunch of different versions of this. This is the easiest I've ever found. It's pretty much, you just click into the section, you type it in, you can add your images. It's supposed to be basically as easy as possible. But don't let that scare you away from asking questions if you're not sure. This is the time for that. All right. Once you get all that done, you're going to hit save or publish, whatever this looks like for you. You may not be able to publish it on your screen without getting to the paid version of this. So I'm going to show you how to basically wrap this up. Okay, so I regret clicking that button because now we're waiting on it, but okay, I'm going to circle back and okay, so if you, well, no, let me do this in a more organized manner. All right. Way up here at the very top, you have the name of your website, and you have a little drop down. And if you click on this and you click on, oops, no, that's not where I want to go. I'm sorry. Way up here at the top, you have this hamburger menu. No, how do I get to this? Oh, there we go. All right. Sorry, this is still all a little bit new to me as well. Okay, so from the view that you are in, you click on the Mixo logo, and that should take you to a dashboard that looks like this. Okay, so and if you have additional websites, you would see each additional website would have its own tile here. Okay, in the future, if you need to make an edit to your website, you would log in and you would click this edit site button from this dashboard, and that will take you back to this screen so that you can make changes and then you can save or publish them. For today's purposes, this is the point where if you're going to go forward with this website, you convert your website, or you convert your account into a paying account. Okay, so you're going to go in, you go, for me, I click on my little avatar here in the upper right. I go to payment settings, and I'm going to pick the $9, a month subscription. Okay. I believe you do get a discount if you buy it 1 year at a time, but I did it month to month because I'm just demoing this for everyone to, so I'm going to pay for 1 month, then turn mine off. Okay. Once you have paid for your subscription, and this, I know I'm going through this kind of fast now because we're running low on time, but you'll have the recording so you can watch these steps again if need be. Once you have paid for your subscription, From this dashboard, you want to click to edit the name of the website. So I just, right here, if you hover over where mine says Law Pro, you can click this. This is where you put in your law firm. So I click Weaver Law Firm or whatever it is, hit save. Okay. Then I go to, and so what that'll do is that'll make it so that the next time that website is published, instead of saying, you know, Law Pro or whatever it came up with, it'll say my firm name at the top. And then the next thing you want to do to connect this all and make it go live is you want to go to Customize Domain. Okay. And when you click on Customize Domain, there are basically two options. You can either have one that lives at mixio.io. That would be what I would use if you weren't ready to launch the website live today. Okay, so I presume most people here are going to need some additional time to work on their websites and kind of like sharpen this all up. So you can keep it, you know, you could keep it online, but have it at this .io address while you're waiting. Once you're ready to go live, then you're going to go to connect your domain and you're going to type in whatever the domain was that you purchased in the past. So I'm going to use my own website as an example. You're going to click connect domain. And what this is going to do is it is going to do the same thing essentially that Cloudflare did previously. And it's going to try and pull all of the information about your DNS from Cloudflare. Okay, so I'm doing this in real time so you can see what this looks like. It has detected that my domain, my DNS provider is Cloudflare. It's going to ask me to authorize with Cloudflare. I'm going to click this, and it, you know, if I were to complete this step, I'm not going to actually do this because it'll screw with my other website. But if I were to click authorize with Cloudflare, it's going to do a pop-up. I'm going to click yes. Once I log into Cloudflare, I click yes. And it's going to take all of these DNS records that we were playing around with earlier, and it's going to automatically configure this so that when I use the domain that we bought on Porkbun and set up in Cloudflare, it is now connected to the Mixo website that we have created and published. Okay. Is everyone, this is about as automatic as it can possibly be. Essentially, you've already done all of the hard work of connecting Porkbun and Cloudflare. So the only thing that you should need to do is you go through this setup wizard. It'll detect that you have Cloudflare. It can, you know, you click the button to authorize it using your Cloudflare login, and that is it. And then at that point, you republish the website and it'll be live. So you go to, you know, if I were to finish this, I could go to Weaver Innovations and it would be live with this website that I have created. All right. Any questions about this part?
No questions from me.
Okay. If you, as far as I know, everyone completed their Cloudflare setup and their Porkbun setup. So this really should be basically automatic using the wizard. You hit customize domain, you type in the domain that you bought through Cloudflare, and then you authorize it, and then that's it. It's done. Okay. The one other thing that I want to show you related to this is I want to show you how to plug in your Google Analytics. Okay, so if you go to Analytics, did I type this in right? Okay. If you go to analytics.google.com, you need to have a Gmail account to be able to access this. And this is gonna, they're doing a conversion to something else, but that's okay. So you need to have a Gmail set up to do this. I am not going to go through the whole tutorial of how to set up a property, but essentially all you have to do is go in and create a property for your new website. There are lots and lots of YouTube tutorials. Google Analytics. I will paste you. Here is a tutorial for beginners on how to set up Google Analytics. This guy seems trustworthy based on the 0.5 seconds I've looked at him. So there you go. There's an example. All right, he's going to walk you through in 6 minutes how to set up your Google Analytics. Essentially, what you will end up with is you will end up with a code. And from the Mixo website, if you go to site settings, it's going to ask you for your Google Tag Manager, which you can plug in here. It's going to ask you for your G4A or GA4. That's your Google Analytics number. You can plug that in there. And then if you care about it, which I personally am not sure that I would, you can go in and you can put in your Facebook pixel. The Google Analytics codes are going to allow you to start collecting data on how many users are visiting your website, which pages are they going to the most, are they on mobile phones? Are they not on mobile phones? All that good information. Where geographically are they located, et cetera, and so forth. It is a longer, broader topic to go into to explain everything about that. But the important thing is, I would highly encourage you go through the extra step of getting a Google Analytics account started and get these tags and plug them in, because you're going to want to know in like 6 months to a year, you're going to want to know if you're getting visitors or not and how they're using your website. And you're going to wish that you had set this up originally when you did the first setup. So it's important to do this as early as you possibly can. Okay, so you plug in those two things. And then this, going back to Larry's question, once you have the paid account, you can click this button called Disable Badge, and that will take off the little branding that says that this was made in the Mixo website. Okay. All right. If you complete all of those steps, you should end up with a blazing fast, good SEO website that essentially does all the things that it needs to do to take leads and convert them into consultations. Now, it's not the most fancy website. It is not the most complicated website, but there is good in simplicity. And check this out. I don't know if you can tell. If I make this super small, it's going to look good on a mobile phone, right? If I make this medium size, it's going to look good on an iPad or another tablet. If I am looking at it from a small laptop screen, it's going to look good. If I have a huge monitor, like what Kevin has, what I have, it's going to look good, right? It's going to be very nicely done. I will also show you, if you go to Google's tool and you run your website through Google's text to see, how good is this website from a technical perspective. I'll show you this. Kevin has a question.
I just wanted to add, I learned this the other day. Especially if you're using Chrome and you hit F12, that brings up the a different view, and there's a little button that on the tab that comes up that lets you look at things in a mobile view website, like it would show up on mobile, even on desktop. I found that very useful when doing my competitive analysis, to do that instead of having to pull everything up on my phone and my desktop.
Yep. Now you can see if I run this through Google's tools, it's giving me basically a perfect score on accessibility, best practices, and SEO. The performance part, that's going to be a little bit dependent on, what have I done with my images. So I put in some images from Unsplash that are really big. And so that's why it's knocking me a little bit on my performances. But I can tell you that if you use, reasonably sized images, that's the only thing it's knocking me for. So I ran this exact same thing earlier today, and I had 100 out of 100 performance, in addition to having 100 out of accessibility, best practices, and SEO. So you do maybe want to watch the images that you're loading into there, because see, it's complaining that, for example, this image that I put for the tiny review, It's actually a very large image. It's not compressed at all. So be a little bit judicious about that, maybe, if you want to get this to be as fast as possible. But importantly, it is crushing accessibility best practices in SEO. So from a technical perspective, this is excellent, right? This is very, very, very good. You can also run this through other SEO tools, and you can have it check to see kind of how is the copy performing. That's a larger topic, so I'm not gonna try and go through all that today, but happy to answer any questions about that. Let me go back and double check something real quick. I know we're at 4 o'clock, so I want to be respectful of your time. Okay, we didn't get to, oh, so I did ask them about, is it possible to set up an AI chatbot and have that live on your website? And the developer said, this is coming soon, but it's not yet enabled. So I'll show you, this is kind of just a teaser maybe for future interest. I have set up a, we'll see if it's still working. I have set up, this is my own little personal business website. Oops, what have I done here? I've screwed up my website because I've just been messing with all this DNS stuff. I'll have to fix this later. But the important thing is, you see this little chat bubble down here? This brings up an AI, and I can actually say, like, how do I get started? And this AI bot has trained itself on my website. So if somebody asks a question like, how do I get started? It actually can link them directly to my calendar. If I ask them, how much does a website cost? It's gonna say starts at $3,500, but final cost depends on your specific needs and requirements. I did about 5 minutes worth of work to train this bot on the content of my website. And you could also train it on the content of a document about your firm or any number of things. So look out for this soon. If people want to do this and revisit this at some point with me in the future, I'm happy to walk you through how I did this. It's not supported yet, but again, the developer said that this should be supported very soon. So that's awesome. All right. It's 4:02. Thank you, everyone who has stuck with it. Thank you, everyone, for your patience today. I know, look, 4 hours on a Zoom is a ridiculous amount of time. So I'm sure you all are absolutely dying to get away from your screens at this point. I know definitely I am. But let me leave you with some last-minute parting thoughts. Everyone who has attended this and everyone who has stuck with it and worked on this, if at any point in the future you want to have a one-on-one with me and go through and finalize your website and just get a sanity check for what did you end up putting in there as content, how have you configured it, that sort of thing, after the point that you think that you're ready to go live, I will be happy to schedule a one-on-one with you, and I will go with you and work with you one-on-one to make sure everything looks good and get you across the finish line. I'm not offering that to just anybody. I'm offering it to y'all because I can tell that you're putting in the hard work to do this and get it done. So I'm proud of you for doing that. And I want to make sure that you are successful in getting this finished up and launched and put online. Other than that, I would also love to get feedback from you about how this went. As I said before, the past versions of this were, believe it or not, much more painful and long. We used to start at 9 a.m. and get done at like 7 p.m. So you think 4 hours is a long time on Zoom. It used to be a real death march in the past. But I would still love to get your feedback. So I'm going to send out a very, very short survey by email. I would really appreciate it if you take a look at that and give me your honest feedback. It's going to be super short, probably 2 to 3 questions max. It will be anonymous, so let her rip. Don't take my feelings into account. I really do want your honest opinions because this will shape how this event occurs in the future. So if you think that there are parts of this that could be better or that you would do differently, please do provide me with that feedback. The version that you got of this is the direct result of previous generations of attorneys sharing with me feedback and giving suggestions for how to make this better. So you're benefiting from their feedback. Help somebody in the future benefit from your feedback by sharing your thoughts on this. And other than that, I just want to congratulate y'all, say well done. I know there were some difficult parts today. Y'all did great. And I'm excited for you to get your websites done. And I'll just end it there. And I will stick around for a little bit. So if you have any follow-up questions, I'm happy to answer those questions. But otherwise, y'all take care and thanks for coming.
Thank you, Joshua. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I'm going to stick around and listen, but I've got some email and maybe 1 or 2 phone calls to make, but thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Joshua. I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stick around. You know the site you did as a demo today on Mixo?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way we can access that? Because you said when you did the Google Analytics, it looked pretty good from their end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a visual person,
Yeah.
so it'll help me go back and measure a few things just to make sure. I'm not saying this is perfect, but now I can see like you have scheduled a free consultation, and then at the bottom, especially like the note or the message from the attorney.
Absolutely.
I think that will help. The other question that I had, that would be perfect. The other question I had, I remember in one of the sessions, you showed us a website. Oh, it was a divorce, I think Hello Divorce or something like that. .com. And she I paid attention. And she had the pricing and the bundles and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like even if you put it in here as a flat thing, I just work with my wonderful language, that could show pricing bundles. Or it just hit me. I was going to ask, how can I incorporate that kind of cafeteria plan pricing bundle into this? But I just remembered kind of decision tree thing, type form. Could we use it there too? I'm just trying to.
Yeah. If you were going to offer like a menu, so for folks that are curious about what she's talking about.
Sorry, I didn't know you were still recording. Sorry about that. Okay.
No, I think this is good to record. So
okay.
on our friend Erin's website, Hello Divorce, she has a section that explains their plans. And so she has the DIY plan, the pro plan, plus plan, mediation plan. This is a really good example of how you can be transparent about your prices and give people some options for your services. And so I will copy the link to this in the chat. I will send this out. Oh, by the way, I will generate a chat transcript and send out the chat transcript as an email. So all the links I've mentioned will be in there.
Thank you.
So you could replicate something similar to this, and you could do it either in type form. That is one good option. So in other words, you put it as part of your screener before they connect to you. The other way to do it would be, you could use these tiles right here and you could do some of that, or you could stick it down here into your FAQ and you could do it here, right? So this says questions, but you can do something like this. You can really make this whatever you want, right?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Say pricing menu. I could say option 1, right? And I could put in a description, so you can, just because this says FAQ doesn't mean that you have to use it that way.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, this helps. Look, I was laughing at myself as someone who had in another life, not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, had the responsibility of putting in an applicant tracking system and a career website for a company operating in 150 territories and 15 languages. I'm like, why can't I remember how to do this cloud thing? So I'm sorry about that. I just had a flashback.
I'm good. You're juggling a lot of hats, right? You have your attorney hat, you have your web designer hat, there's a lot of stuff.
So this is good. So that helped out there. And then the other thing you said, if we did a website, because I really like what it generated as a product, HR Online, Lawyer Online. And then in my little testimonial, I could say, why would the law firm offer this service?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. All right. I like that. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, everyone. I enjoyed the day. All right.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye, Tracy. All right, any other questions? All right. Well, I think I'm going to end it off here then. I'm definitely ready for a break from the screens. I will send a follow-up email, and it'll include chat transcripts. It'll include a link to schedule a one-on-one with me once you're ready for that, and it'll whatever else I think of that might be relevant at that point. But my brain is pretty melted at this point. So thank you everyone again for coming. Thank you for giving this a shot. I commend you for giving this a try. Oh, I know what I was going to mention. If anybody had an existing website that was one that you wanted to have somebody take a look at, I'm also happy to do that. So I'll include that in the email as well. And with that, I wish you all a great rest of your evening, and I look forward to seeing you all again at some point in the near future. I'll take care.